Chapter 14:16. A cough cough that little dragon shouldn't mind. Am I right? After comforting himself, Lin Ray did not say anything more to the system. His gaze locked onto the entrance to the second level. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and charged in. Ha ha! A puny earth sage dares to enter the second level of Life Realm. It seems that a new soul will appear in the second level soon. Nonsense. Do you really think that the second level is the same as here? That any trash can become a soul? That's all you have. Why don't you think about how you ended up in this state? Voices rang out. 6 figures appeared in the air at the spot where Lin Ray disappeared. There were 5 men and 1 woman. On the surface, all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. This was especially so for the woman. She was an existence that could only be admired from afar. Looking at the 3 people, the woman's eyes were filled with disdain as if she looked down on them. Shut up, everyone. Disregarding everything else, the moment the woman spoke, the space suddenly fell silent. Even the air around her seemed to have stopped moving. What do you know? Looking at them, she said coldly, that brat just now is not simple. Oh, what do you mean? The person who had not spoken until now spoke. His gaze was fixed on the woman, as if he wanted to seek an answer. The man's actions were the same as the other's thoughts. At that moment, the woman became the focus of everyone's attention. Hongming's sovereign constitution. This constitution hasn't appeared for a long time. I didn't expect to see it in this godforsaken place. Hongming's sovereign constitution. The 5 people were dumbfounded by the woman's words, as if they did not understand what she meant. Haha, the later generations have actually ended up in this state. Looking at the 5 people, a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. Hongming's sovereign constitution is a constitution that seizes the good fortune of the world. Looking at the 5 people, the woman explained. Perhaps because she had stayed here for too long, she had to talk to these people and chat with them. At that moment, the 5 people were like elementary school children. They listened obediently and quietly. Hongming's sovereign constitution is an extremely terrifying and powerful existence. What is the most powerful constitution of your later generations? I know, the red-robed man hurriedly said. In my impression, the strongest physique is the Great Tao physique. It's a type of physique that's almost close to the Great Tao. From birth, they're favored by the heavens and earth. Their cultivation results are twice as fast with half the effort. Even their comprehension of the Tao and Dharma is 100 times better than the top geniuses. Great Tao physique? Hee, I didn't expect that the later generations would be so desolate. Even that trash physique could become the strongest physique. The woman clearly didn't expect the desolation of the later generations. Everyone, hearing the woman's words, the crowd felt helpless. Although they didn't know who the woman was, they knew very well that the woman's strength far surpassed theirs. It was so much so that even if the 5 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to defeat her. They didn't respond, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't know how to respond to the woman's words. At this moment, the 5 of them admitted that they had fallen behind. The actions of the 5 people made the woman unable to continue mocking them. She then turned her attention to Lin Ray. The Great Tao physiques you know of are weak to the extreme in my generation. As for the Hongming Paragon physique in my generation, it was the number 1, and perhaps even the most powerful. When the Paragon physique appears, Hongming appears. When Hongming appears, the world moves. As long as the Hongming Paragon physique appeared, the entire cultivation world would fall into a frenzy of war, for no other reason than to obtain the Hongming Paragon physique. Why? Is this physique really as powerful as you say? If that's the case, why haven't we heard of it before? Even some ancient books didn't mention it at all? Yes. The crowd nodded. In response to the crowd's questions, the woman shook her head. I'm not sure. However, in my generation, it was indeed so. I've long known that in the Hongming Paragon physique, it's very easy to cultivate the 3,000 Great Tao to perfection. Of course, this can only be done after it's activated. In addition to cultivating the 3,000 Great Tao, the paragon physique can also see the past, present, and future, and even time itself. Even the cultivation techniques are associated with the paragon physique. Hiss. Then no. The woman shook her head. Although that kid's physique is powerful, I can feel that he hasn't started yet. Perhaps it can be said that he hasn't really activated it yet. However, in the district, you've already activated it a little. At the very least, it's enough for you to cultivate some great Tao. Yes, corresponding to your current cultivation realm, you should be able to cultivate to the immortal realm. As for the later realms, you'll need to activate the Hongming Paragon Physique again before you can continue cultivating. And this is the drawback of the Hongming Paragon Physique. It requires too many heavenly treasures to activate it. That kid just now can be considered a genius for being able to activate it. As for the later realms, I'm afraid that it will require more than 100 times more power than before to activate it. Although this explanation didn't specify how powerful the Hongming Paragon Physique was, in their hearts, Lin Rei's physique was already on their minds. If Ruo Lin Lei was here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. One must know that in order to cultivate the power of law, he had suffered a lot. Put away your unrealistic thoughts. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she warned, the blood of the Hongming Paragon Physique is very powerful. Just a little bit of it can destroy you. If you want to leave this damn place, the only thing you can rely on is that young man just now. Everyone, in the face of the woman's mockery and warning, everyone was speechless. They were already cursing her in their hearts. In the pitch-black space, Lin Rei appeared. He released his divine sense, as if to check his surroundings. However, he was disappointed. Apart from the pitch-black darkness, there was only darkness and endless cold. Hiss. No way. Even with my physique, I can feel the cold. What the hell is this place? Feeling the bone-piercing cold wind around him, Lin Rei thought that he was hallucinating. However, that was the truth. Troublemaker. Who the hell doesn't want this? Asked him to come out. I promise I won't kill him. Although he was venting, his body was telling the truth. He took a step forward and walked forward. He originally wanted to enter the second level, but there was no prompt from the system. This meant that he was still in the space crack between the first and second levels. Oh, just as Lin Rei was walking in the darkness, a shocking roar emerged from all directions and rushed into Lin Rei's ears. Damn, what the hell is going on? He looked around, and his body tensed up as if he was ready to fight. Host, be careful. Judging from the sound just now should be the roar of the Caming Beast. Chapter 14:17. Lin Rei was stunned and confused. He was familiar with the name Caming Beast. When he was still a mortal, he was on planet Aqua Blue. However, those memories were so long ago that they were a little blurry now. Caming Beasts. Caming beasts are a kind of self-proclaimed divine lord. They are so powerful, especially the caming beasts. They're disdainful of their own kind, as if they feel ashamed to be their own kind. Because of this, their race does not ally with other races. Therefore, there are very few caming beasts left. They're almost extinct. As it spoke, the system did not understand. Why would this almost extinct race of beasts be here? Then, Lin Rei was worried. He did not have a suitable weapon now. More importantly, the system's evaluation of the caming beasts was too high. Seeing Lin Rei's hesitation, the system continued. Caming beasts usually will not attack you. Why? Lin Rei did not understand. The system does not need to say more about the host's strength. The caming beasts call themselves divine lords, so they are naturally proud and arrogant. They are not interested in you, a human with such low cultivation. Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Li finally understood what the system was trying to say. So after all this time, the system was looking down on his level of power. He rolled his eyes and almost fainted. System, will you die if you don't talk like that? Ding. Corrected one thing. Lin Rei, the system has no signs of life, so there is no question of whether it is dead or alive. At most, the system will shut down because there is no energy, so next time, don't ask such a stupid question. It will lower your IQ and also lower the system's ability to choose a host. Thank you. The system's words left Linley completely speechless. He had nothing to say. What else could he say? That mother of Astrasker had completely shut him up. Oh, whoa. A beast's roar suddenly interrupted Lin Ray's conversation with the system. At this moment, Lin Ray was stunned. Judging from the sound, the caming beast seemed to be slowly approaching. The carefree look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with vigilance. He looked in the direction of the beast roar and tensed up. His body was in a combat state, ready to fight at any time. Impossible. The caming beast wouldn't want to kill you. The system was puzzled. Based on its understanding of caming beasts, they would never lower themselves. But after scanning the area, there were indeed a few caming beasts rushing towards Lin Ray. Can you explain? Lin Ray didn't care about the system's error. When his life was in danger, everything was no longer a problem. The system hesitated. It could not give a reasonable explanation. After all, this was the truth. Get out of here. Get out of here as fast as you can. That's the only way. All right, hurry up and rush to the second floor. It will be much better to enter the second floor. Hearing this, Lin Ray vomited immediately. But without hesitation, he turned around and rushed away as fast as he could. Although he didn't know what was in front of him, it was much safer than staying where he was. Oh, whoa. Just as Lin Ray left, 6 huge creatures appeared. There were 9 heads, and each had a human face. Although they weren't good-looking, the aura they emitted was suffocating. Ruo Lin would be shocked if he felt the aura from the caming beast. Gradually, this aura was not something he could resist. Big brother, what's going on? I felt the presence of a stranger just now. Why is he gone now? Yes, big brother. Although the stranger just now was not strong, he must not be simple to be able to make us feel his presence. No. The other caming beast hurriedly shook its head, as if it understood very well. Although the person just now is young and his cultivation is not strong, have you ever thought that this is the only path to the second floor? Why do you think he came here? Perhaps you've been here for so many years that you've forgotten. You mean, Beast, who had been following at the back, seemed to have thought of something. For a long time, seeing that his companion was about to speak, the caming beast who was called Big Brother hurriedly stopped him. You can't say it. If that old fellow knows that you're talking about it like this, in the end, not only will you be the unlucky one, you will also implicate us. At that time, the gains will not make up for the losses, and it will be too late. Everyone, indeed, when faced with the beautiful figure in their minds, their huge bodies involuntarily trembled, and their faces were filled with helplessness. I didn't expect that so many people would be alarmed this time. You cough. Host, you have to be careful. This place is different from other places. You have to be cautious otherwise. Lin Ray did not know. If he knew, he would definitely understand that the beautiful figure that appeared in the caming beast's mind was none other than the Death Realm soul that appeared after Lin Ray left the first floor. When the supreme body appears, Hongmeng appears. When Hongmeng appears, the world will be shaken. As long as the supreme body of Hongmeng appears, the entire cultivation world will be plunged into a frenzy of war, for no other reason than to obtain the supreme body of Hongmeng. Why? Is this body really as powerful as you said? If that's the case, why have we never heard of it before? Even some ancient books did not mention it at all. Yes. Everyone nodded. In response to everyone's questions, the woman shook her head. I'm not sure. However, in my generation, it was indeed so. In the supreme body of Hongmeng, it's very easy to cultivate the 3,000 great Tao to perfection. Of course, this can only be done after the opening. Other than that, the supreme body of Hongmeng can also see the past, present, and future, and even time itself. Even the cultivation techniques are associated with the supreme body of Hongmeng. As the main character, Lin Ray was very miserable at this moment. He was speeding all the way, and finally, under the system's reminder, he stopped. As for the situation behind him, he did not care about it. As for the other things, they were even more unimportant. System, where's the exit? I finally found this place. It seems to be an endless loop, and it's difficult to get in and out. Oh, host, I think you have. System, this is. He understood that the voice came from the gaming beast's mouth, but his heart still had a trace of trepidation. No, it seemed like, host, quickly leave this place. If you don't want to live, of course, you can also stay here. The system could be said to be constantly criticizing Lin Ray. Regarding this, Lin Ray helplessly shook his head and ignored it. Now that his life was at stake, how could he pay attention to the system's words? What a joke. He really had to leave here. Chapter 14:18. Time passed quickly while Lin Ray was on the run. After an unknown amount of time, the system finally rang out again. This time, he could finally relax. Don't worry. The gaming beast is still chasing after us. We can rest for a while and think about what to do next. Linley fell into deep thought. The system's words forced Linley to reflect on himself. Previously, if he had listened to the system's advice, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. But then again, there were benefits to doing so. With Lin Ray's current state, he had two choices if he wanted to level up. First, he needed a huge amount of energy to devour. Because the chaotic heaven scroll did not have any barriers to cultivation and there was no heavenly tribulation, he needed energy to level up. It was easy but also difficult. Second, he could struggle on the edge of life and death. Only then could he quickly improve his knowledge and his body's quality and his physique. Given the two choices, Lin Ray was even more speechless. He was very clear about the two choices. At the same time, he also knew that in his current state, he was hovering on the edge of life and death. As for the difficulty, in this situation, nothing else mattered. Ding! Notification. An unknown object is approaching the host quickly. Host, do you want to check it out? Damn it, what's going on? He had just sat down to cultivate when he heard the notification. He jumped up and looked in the direction of the notification. At the same time, he released his divine sense, as if he wanted to check the other party's presence. However, the current world was very cruel. In the face of divine sense, the end result was nothing. Why? As if it knew what Lin Ray was going to say, the system did not give him any face and directly retorted. Don't waste your energy. It seemed to have predicted Lin Ray's words. Only a seamless connection? The person who is coming is either stronger than you, so strong that you can't sense it, or the other party has a treasure that can block your divine sense. However, the system still advises the host to put down his unrealistic fantasies and face reality. The other party's cultivation is too strong for you to fight against. So, a sound broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, a red-robed man reeking of blood appeared. System, scan the person in front of me. Ding. Okay. Ding. System beginning scan, please wait. Time passed. Finally, a screen appeared in front of Lin Ray. What? Lin Ray let out a cry of surprise. As for the people around him, Lin Ray didn't pay any attention to them. His eyes were filled with shock. On the screen, Xue Mao was a member of the Azura race. The Azura race. Linley couldn't be more familiar with this name. What the hell was this a joke? The Azura tribe had been founded by Elder Styx, and the most important thing was why there were still Azuras here. When he had first obtained Blood One and the others, the results he had learned were completely different from what he had learned now. After obtaining Xue, Yi, and the others, Lin Ray learned that they were the only remaining members of the Azura race. But now, the Azura race had reappeared here. This made Lin Ray somewhat unable to react. Or rather, it could be said that this had completely exceeded the scope of his imagination. If there was a gaming beast here, he would have tolerated it. However, why would the Shura clan, such a mysterious and powerful race, be here? Moreover, according to the system, the Shura clan here was very powerful, so powerful that even he was no match for them. This was completely beyond the scope of his current control. This was something he had to think about. Originally, he only wanted to enter the second layer of the life realm. But now, instead of entering the life realm, he was stuck in the spatial crack between the first layer and the second layer of the fog. This made him feel extremely disgusted. When he came back to his senses and looked at the man in front of him, Lin Ray felt as if he had returned to the time when he was weak. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he hadn't obtained the system, when he was trampled on, bullied, and at the mercy of others. He had been too weak. Who was it? Who dared to hurt him? When he looked up, he saw a fat man with a big head and big ears. It's you? You hurt him? When Lin Ray saw the fat man, he already recognized him. It was Lin Ergu, who had killed his predecessor with one slap. Oh, isn't this our great genius, young master? You're not dead yet. Huh. When Lin Ray heard Lin Ergu's words, the corners of his mouth naturally curled up. He revealed an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. But from the beginning to the end, Lin Ray's eyes revealed a callous and ice-cold look. Lin Ergu had originally wanted to tease and humiliate Linley, but when he saw the look in Linley's eyes, Lin Ergu couldn't help but take a step back. What's going on? When did this brat's gaze become so terrifying? Also, his temperament has changed. It's only been a few days since we last met. But when he saw Linley's level of power, that foot, which had been forced to take a step backwards in fright, came back to him. Little bastard, it seems like the lesson I taught you a few days ago was in vain. Since that's the case, I'll let you know my rules today. Come, beat me up. After hearing Lin Ergu's words, the people who had followed him and rushed up and threw a punch at Lin Ray, who was lying on a bed. A group of dogs who don't care about their lives. I think you've forgotten the family's rules. You're just insignificant servants, yet you dare to offend your superiors. Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore. Do you really think that I, the second young master of the family, am someone you can beat up whenever you want? Right now, Lin Ray's mood was the same as when he was bullied by a small ant. Facing these people who didn't even fight back, he felt like he had returned to the time when he was bullied in the Lin family. Lin Ray, stop pretending. Who in the entire Lin province doesn't know that you're just a concubine's son? The most important thing is that when you were born, the head of the family found someone to test your talent. In the end, the result was that you didn't have the qualifications to cultivate. The head of the family has long since given up on you. Now you want to use your status to suppress me? Do you think that's possible? Looking at the man, Lin Ray increasingly felt that his current strength was too weak. It was the same as when he had first met Lin Ergu. He hoped that he didn't have any power that he could use. In front of this brain, he was like a child who couldn't fight back. Right now, the only thing Lin Ray could do was to compromise and think of a way to survive. As the saying goes, a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He didn't care what others thought of him. He only cared about whether he could survive because he still had to protect his family, wife, children, and the entire Xuanzong sect. Who are you? Chapter 1419. Azura Tribe. Although he knew who Xuan Mao was, he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. At this moment, Lin Ray was acting like an award-winning actor. He looked at Xuan Mao cautiously and suspiciously, as if saying, I don't know you. Don't come over. It had to be said that Xuan Mao was a little cruel. He was the one who asked first, but now he was the one who took the initiative. You human. Impossible. How could there be a human in this place? And Xuan Mao looked at Lin Ray with disdain. This guy. How could Lin Ray not know what Xuan Mao meant? However, Lin Ray did not say anything. He waited quietly for Xuan Mao's reply. Tell me, why are you here? And judging by your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to come here. With a whoosh, Xuan Mao's body flashed and disappeared from the spot at a speed that Lin Ray could not see. Tell me, who are you? Do you know that you have violated the territory of the Azura tribe? Xuan Mao reached out and grabbed Lin Ray by the neck with a force that Lin Ray could not resist. Xuan Mao lifted Lin Ray up. Cough, cough. A terrifying amount of energy flowed from Linley's neck into his entire body. In the instant that he was restrained, Linley could sense that his cultivation base and his interspatial ring had all been sealed away. He no longer obeyed his master's will at all. This happened too quickly. Lin Ray did not have time to react before he lost the ability to fight back. He was like a dog that was being toyed around with. Linley was very unhappy about this. The The Kaming tribe? Just as Xuan Mao subdued Lin Rei, a few powerful auras rushed over. Xuan Mao was very familiar with these auras and hated them. You bastard! Speaking of which, in this place, the clan that he did not want to encounter the most was the Kaming Beast clan. Although his status was a top-notch existence, the other party was not inferior, either. They had all survived from the same era. Moreover, the other party cultivated the Tao of slaughter, which was the same as his clan. If they were to really fight, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. More importantly, at this moment, he was only one person, while the other party had at least 5 people. This kind of gap was not something that could be made up for by strength. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Rei. He could sense that the Kaming Beast had come for this guy, and he just happened to be the scapegoat, or perhaps a helper. Cough, cough. If Xuan Mao could feel it, so could Lin Rei. In response, Lin Rei sneered. What do you think? In the ancient era, your Azura clan was in charge of the Azura realm and the Netherworld's Blood Sea. Now, facing the Kaming Beast, are you going to fight or not? Or the ancient era has passed, and your Azura clan is just struggling at death's door. Have you cowered? Have you lost your courage? There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Now, he could only provoke Xuan Mao to fight against the Kaming Beast. Even if he ended up in the Azura clan's hands, with the 36 Azura clan elders in his hands as a bargaining chip, he believed that the other party would not do anything excessive to him. In fact, he might even learn about this place and everything about the second layer of life realm from the other party. Although he did not want to, he had no choice. In this place, they were enemies with the Kaming Beast. If the other party saw him alone outside, there was no need to think about what would happen in the end. Moreover, there was a human here. This made them even more crazy. Just you wait. Once it's safe, I'll kill you. With that, he waved his hand and threw Lin Rei to the side. A blood-red barrier enveloped him. Huff huff. After escaping from Xuan Mao's control, Lin Rei let out a long sigh of relief. His flushed face recovered quite a bit. Whoosh whoosh. A few sounds came from the distance. Xuan Mao and Lin Rei looked into the distance with serious gazes. They saw a few beasts rushing over from the distance. In the end, they landed not far away from Lin Rei and Xuan Mao. Oh, Xuan Mao, the leader of the Kaming Beast, spoke in human language. When he looked at Xuan Mao, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhu Tian, you have violated the agreement. This is the territory of the Azura clan. Are you trying to start a war between the two clans? Lin Rei, this guy. Lin Rei felt helpless against Xuan Mao. As a member of the Azura clan, did he have to be so slow? As the old saying goes, if you can fight, don't force it. What the hell are you doing? Fight? Xuan Mao did not know what Lin Rei was thinking. The Kaming Beasts were even more confused. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. They seemed to be coveting what Xuan Mao said. Boss, I think we should save the two of them here. With our advantage in numbers, even if we kill him, I believe the Azura clan will not be able to find any evidence. They will not do anything to us. That's right, boss. Let's kill him. This Xuan Mao has inherited most of Mingyi's memories. Maybe we can get Mingyi's blood god extinction from him. Yes, I agree. Zhu Tian, who was still hesitating, heard his companion's words. For a moment, his hesitation was stirred. Boss, let's do it. If we don't do it, and they know that we are here, there will only be one result. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. All right, if that's the case, then let's do it. Since they had decided, they did not leave. They raised their front paws and slapped at Xuan Mao. Boom, boom. They were all sages above Tendo. It was normal for them to cause a phenomenon when they fought. Streaks of lightning flashed in the dark clouds. The thunder exploded in everyone's ears. Fortunately, there were no low-level cultivators here. Otherwise, bastard. In front of Lin Rei, he used his body to block Lin Rei. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a figure was sent flying. As for the Kaming Beast that attacked, it didn't have a good time either. Its whole body trembled, but it was normal for it to retreat. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth, which was very eye-catching. Bastard, you your cultivation. The Caming Beast could not believe that it was true. He was defeated in one move. Moreover, the things he ordered just now were a bit expensive. In a moment, hurry up and run. Run as far as you can. Shui Mao's voice appeared in his mind. However, his tone was a bit strange. Seeing Shui Mao's expression, Linley was dumbfounded. How the hell was he supposed to know? But he knew how to run, especially when it came to running by himself, leisurely and quietly. Though the blood-red energy barrier that trapped Lin Ray disappeared the moment Shui Mao asked Lin Ray to leave. In response, Lin Ray, who had regained his freedom, rushed in a direction. Humph, wanna run? Do you think you can run? Fantasy zone open. No one would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just when Lin Ray was about to escape, a Caming Beast appeared out of nowhere. A beam of light rushed out from its mouth and rushed into Lin Ray's body. Everything happened. However, at this moment, a mysterious force was born in his body. Finally, Lin Ray's body went soft and he lay on the ground. Little dragon, what you said at that time was indeed a lie. However, this is also good. If you don't remember me, then so be it. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing left to worry about. Lin Ray walked out of the cave and muttered to himself. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Looking up at the sky, Lin Ray felt as if he had lost something in his heart. In the cold night wind, Linley stood there in his thin clothes, allowing the cold wind to blow against him. That head of silver hair of his was very dazzling. Why do I feel so sad? At this moment, looking at Lin Ray walking out as if he had lost his soul, Red Lotus's heart clenched. She had never experienced such a feeling before. Could it be that I really lost my memory and something happened between me and this kid? After feeling this, Red Lotus recalled what Lin Ray had said before. For a moment, she was puzzled. However, no matter how she thought about it, she could not remember what had happened. In the end, she simply chose to forget about it. Just as Red Lotus and Lin Ray were in a dilemma, Elder Xiong, who had left, returned with a person. This person had a dignified aura that made people feel stifled. Junior brother, is this the place where you said there was an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator? At this moment, the person who was brought back by Elder Xiong looked at the black forest in front of him with eyes full of disbelief. Senior brother sect leader, there is no mistake. At that time, the aura was very strong. Even you did not have such an aura. Moreover, I could feel that it was the aura of someone who had just awakened. However, what I don't understand is how someone on this sealed planet could break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. This does not make sense. The sect leader that Elder Xiong referred to was Zhao Pan of the Kunlun sect, who is also Lin Ray's greatest enemy. Yes, this is also what I am puzzled about. When the revered one sent us here, he did not have the ability to let us out. Furthermore, he observed that on this planet, at most, one could cultivate until the peak of the Mahayana realm. It would be impossible to break through until the end of one's life. Therefore, after hearing your report, I was also very surprised. Yes, not bad. Soon, these formations will all be broken. Then, all the secrets will be revealed. Elder Xiong looked at the progress of breaking the formations, then turned to Zhao Pan and said, I hope so. I hope it's not an enemy. Otherwise, after hearing his junior brother's words, Zhao Pan's face turned solemn as he looked at the black forest. It wasn't just Lin Ray and Zhao Pan. As soon as the news of the resurrection of the Red Lotus Empress in the Red Lotus Empire spread out, all the cultivators in the profound sky continent were mobilized to search for the revived Red Lotus. The world was in chaos, and the people had no way of making a living. Some cultivators even attacked mortals in order to find Red Lotus's whereabouts. As for the culprit behind all of this, Red Lotus, when she thought of the conditions Linley had agreed to, she was momentarily stunned. Bring me out of this sealed planet? Could it be? At this thought, Red Lotus couldn't remain calm anymore. Her originally cold expression turned blazing. She gazed at Lin Ray, who was at the entrance of the cave, and darted to Lin Ray's side. She grabbed Lin Ray's arm and said agitatedly, You, can you really bring me out of this planet? You're not lying to me? At this moment, Red Lotus was like a little girl who wanted to get an answer. The eagerness in her eyes made one have the urge to go up and confide in her. That's right. This is what I promised you, and it's also what I owe you. This is the final compensation. I don't want to say anything else. If you don't want to, I'll use other methods to compensate you. Cultivation methods, pills, formations, martial skills, whatever you want, I'll give you. However, after this matter, we'll completely break up, and we won't have any more interactions in the future. Looking at Red Lotus, Lin Ray said everything that needed to be said. Then, he slapped Red Lotus's hand away, turned around, and walked toward the elves. Red Lotus was stunned, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Can we really leave? Red Lotus was very excited. When she was alive, she had fantasized many times about being able to leave this planet that restricted her. However, until her death, she was unable to do so. She did not expect that a teenager would promise her that he would bring her out of this planet before he left. How big a piece of news was this? After leaving, Lin Ray adjusted his state of mind and returned to the elf tribe. Because he wanted to save Red Lotus, he did not pass on Katarama's order. In his mind, Lin Ray was speechless. It's an illusion again. It's so rare that the illusion hasn't stopped since you came here. However, to Lin Ray's surprise, the protagonist of the illusion changed from his close relative to Red Lotus. Although the woman that he loved and hated had returned to his side, when he thought of how he left so heartlessly, he no longer had the same feelings and emotions as before. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? After realizing that he was in an illusion, Linley broke free from it. However, because his cultivation level was too low, even though he broke free, he didn't leave the illusion. System, hurry up and come out. Don't kill me. System, there was no reply. Lin Ray did not give up. The only thing that could help him now was the system. He could not rely on anyone else, especially Xuanmu. System, don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do. Let me tell you, if I die, I won't be able to complete your mission. But that's good too. Although Lin Yun and the others are not invincible, they can at least protect themselves. Ding! When the notification sounded, Lin Ray laughed. You're still too inexperienced to be messing with me. The host has two choices. The first is to buy a high-grade item that can break the illusion from the system store. Hearing this, Lin Ray frowned. Although he had some assets now, he was not that extravagant. Then what about the second choice? I can help you with the second choice, but you have to promise not to challenge the second level of the life realm. You don't have that ability now. Also, don't forget what your mission is. You've been here for too long. It's time to leave. Chapter 1420. Lin Ray was speechless. Linley was silent. He didn't say anything. His starry eyes stared into the distance, as though he was thinking about something. Go back. This is not a place where you should be. You have your mission. You can't stay here forever. Seeing that Lin Ray was silent, the system did not stop and continued to persuade him. Now, the Caming Beast clan had appeared. Even the extinct Shura clan had appeared. Who knew what would happen next? Although he was confident that he could protect his host, this was not what he wanted. It was not what he should do. Do I have to do this? Suddenly, Lin Ray spoke. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He did not want to give up. But now, the choice was placed in front of him. He had no choice but to give up. No matter which choice he chose, he needed to be strong. Yes, the decision is up to you. But I have to remind you that we have not reached the second level yet. If we're talking about the exchange points, no one knows what will happen next. We don't even know how much we will have to spend. Do what you can. Don't try to be brave. You have to understand where you stand. Don't be ignorant of reality. Boom. The system's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Ray's heart. Indeed, during this period of time, he was not aware of reality. He thought that he could pass through, but he did not expect that he would almost die on the first level. Now, on the second level, he could not even fight back against Xuem Mao of the Shura clan, a heaven saint. This was a serious blow to his self-esteem. Moreover, the most important thing was what the system had said. how to complete the mission that he was supposed to complete and not waste his time here. Time passed bit by bit. The illusions continued, but the images began to change to the point where Linley found it somewhat unbearable. It was no longer a memory of the past. It was a massacre. The entire Xuanzong sect. All the disciples, family members, wives, children, old and young were being slaughtered in front of him. He could not do anything about it. Ah, bastard, stop it! Roars, pain, unwillingness, anger. At this moment, complex emotions surged into his heart. How could he bear it? As someone who was determined to protect his family and friends, watching them get slaughtered was a kind of torture and pain. This is the price. You won't be able to increase your strength. In this situation, you won't be able to fight back. Will you just watch those people slaughter the Xuanzong sect and do nothing? Don't worry, you'll come back here. It's just a matter of time. His eyes, which were originally filled with rage and bloodthirst, regained their clarity and color. He looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. He nodded and said, "Let's do it." "You're right. It's time to go back." Actually, I should have gone back a long time ago, but I wanted to find the bloodline grass for Little Tiger, so I didn't go back. Hee hee. This will be the best decision you've ever made. Lin Rei replied. The system laughed. Relax, it's exactly the same. I will take over your body. Look clearly. What is the suppression of absolute strength? What is the absolute powerhouse? Lin Rei understood what the system meant. His body relaxed, and a wave of energy entered his body. In an instant, the control of his body no longer belonged to him. He had encountered such a situation before, so he wasn't too surprised or frightened by it. Boom! Just as the system took over his body, a wave of terrifying energy emerged. A wave of purple energy began to flow through all the major meridians in his body. Slowly, his entire body transformed into that sort of power, a power that caused Linley's heart to tremble. At first, just a tiny bit of it caused Linley to sigh at his inferiority. Is this the absolute strength that the system mentioned? It's really powerful. With a sigh, he fixed his gaze in front of him. Although his body had lost control, his soul could still see everything. Lin Rei, who was controlled by the system, moved. He raised his hand, and a wave of purple energy appeared. He waved it towards a space in front of him. Whoosh! A sword ray left Lin Rei's hand and disappeared as fast as lightning. Finally, it fell on the barrier of the fantasy zone in the distance. Bang! A resonating sound was heard. Rumble. In the outside world, the Caming beasts, who were fighting fiercely with Xuan Mao, heard the resonating sound and the vibration of the space under their feet. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked in the direction of Lin Rei. Looking in that direction, Xuan Mao's eyes flashed. He remembered clearly that that place was the direction Lin Rei had left. Impossible. The Caming beast, who was fighting against Xuan Mao, seemed to have noticed something. His face turned pale instantly, and he looked in the distance with disbelief. What's wrong? From her point of view, he knew how powerful C's fantasy zone was. He didn't expect that C's fantasy zone would be broken. C, what are you doing? Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? For a moment, all the Caming beasts started to ask C. They didn't understand why the fearless C was acting so strange today. C didn't seem to hear their questions. His eyes were filled with fear as he muttered, Impossible. The fantasy zone can't be broken. It's impossible. How is it possible? How can a person with only the cultivation of an earth sage do it? Although he could sense it, he still couldn't believe that his fantasy zone was broken. After he had cultivated the system's fantasy zone, no one could break it, including himself. This trick was unsolvable. Huh, you're too naive. Just when everyone was thinking otherwise, a clear voice came from behind them. Hiss! They had all heard this voice before. It was very familiar, especially C from the Caming beast. Ow! C trembled when he heard this voice. He turned around excitedly. The moment he turned around, he saw Lin Rei, who was standing proudly in the air not far away. Thump! 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 His huge body couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes were filled with fear. It's broken. He really broke the fantasy zone. But how is this possible? How can you break the fantasy zone? Why are you unharmed? Why are you— Shut up. Before he could say anything, Lin Ray scolded him. He immediately shut his mouth and looked at him in horror. It was as if none of this was supposed to happen. At this moment, not only C, but everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ray. They couldn't believe it, just like C. Facing everyone's expressions, Lin Ray didn't explain too much. The system was too lazy to explain. It fixed its eyes on C and narrowed them. A murderous aura flashed across its eyes. I'll give you two choices. First, become my mount. I'll give you supreme glory in the future. 2, die right now. Not only you, but they will also die. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. The secretaries of your clan are of no use to me. As long as I am willing, all of you can forget about reincarnating or borrowing my body to be reborn. The moment you were killed by me, your lives were cut off. So what's your choice? Caming Beast, Xuan Mao, although they didn't understand how Linley had managed to break through the illusory field, to have them become someone else's mount or subordinate was worse than death. What's more, you're just a human. How did you know about the Caming Beast clan? Moreover, you swoosh. Bam! Before Zhu Tian could finish his words, a ray of light rushed out from Lin Ray's hand and appeared in front of Zhu Tian in an instant, crushing him. Plop! Zhu Tian's body was sent flying. 1,000 meters away, Zhu Tian fell to the ground in a sorry state. A terrifying sword wound appeared on his chest. Blood kept flowing out. He was on the verge of death, as if he would die at any moment. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but re-evaluate the young man in front of them. His hand was broken. With just a casual attack, he sent the Caming Beast, who had the best energy cultivation, flying without any chance to fight back. Dao, integration stage? No, impossible. You were just an Earth Sage before. How could you be so powerful? Shuemao was also dumbfounded. He recalled that he had subdued Lin Fan before. If Lin Fan wanted to kill him now, then he wouldn't have given him any chance. F*CK. What the F*CK is going on? Xuan Mao was speechless. In Xuan Mao's mind, Lin Ray had become a fool who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was so powerful, but he had to pretend to be a coward. Was this what experts like to do? Shameless. Xuan Mao muttered in his heart. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He waited quietly at the side, waiting for Lin Ray to punish him. Escape. What a joke. With Lin Fan's cultivation, he didn't even notice him when he appeared. Escape? Where could he escape to? If that was the case, he would die a more painful death if he was caught in the end. Rather than that, he might as well stay here and wait for death to come. It seems like he has already made the decision for you. Looking at the Caming Beasts, Lin Ray narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. If that's the case, then prepare to die. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a blood-red flame rushed out from his hand. Suddenly, the temperature in the air rose. The scorching aura from Lin Ray swept out in all directions. What's going on? This aura is suffocating my soul. This guy, impossible. Why is his flame so powerful? What is it? For a moment, everyone began to question. They couldn't figure out why the person in front of them was so strange. Accept your death. 9 Dragons Division. Boom. The illusory spirit blood flame in Lin Ray's hand instantly split into 9 dragons. The dragon roars continuously came out from the 9 dragons' mouths. We are from the Caming Beast clan. If you dare to attack us, we will use all our strength to hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Are you sure you want to do this? C was dumbfounded. However, thinking about the clan behind him, he quickly calmed down. He believed that even if the other party attacked, they would at most be heavily injured. They wouldn't dare to kill. Of course, this was all just his imagination. Not easy to attack. Of course, if they didn't run into Lin Ray and the system today, they might have to consider the Caming Beast clan's pursuit. But who told them to run into Lin Ray and the system? As a person who doesn't care about anything, How could he be scared by C's threat? How sad. Sighing, he shook his hand. Instantly, the 9 dragons shot out like arrows. You plop. A blood-red hole appeared on C's chest. Miraculously, no blood flowed out. Instead, the hole was surrounded by the illusory spirit blood flame. It was like maggots attached to the bone. It couldn't be removed. A pain that came from his soul and body instantly spread throughout his body. His huge body fell to the ground and curled up. He looked at the flames that were still spreading in his chest. No. See, this scene happened too quickly. The other Caming beasts who wanted to help knew that it was too late. What awaited them was the same method. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the other 5 beasts were looking at C in pain, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Run, run. Behind them, Big Brother Zhu Tian, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, saw the remaining flames. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten his pain. He raised his head and looked at Second Brother and the others. Puff! As if his movement was too big, his wound tore open. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground again. His aura was even weaker than before. It seemed like he could die at any time. This scene fell into the eyes of Xuanmu, who was just a bystander. He felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. What about you? Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar and entered Xuanmu's ears. With a whoosh, Xuanmu's body trembled. He turned his head and looked at Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei appeared not far in front of him. As for the battle in the distance, he didn't care at all. It was as if he wasn't needed. Seeing Lin Rei walking towards him step by step, Xuanmu felt like his heart was being hammered. I'll give you a chance. Lin Rei interrupted Xuanmu. Submit to me or die. Whether it was Lin Rei or the system, they both liked it. He didn't want to beat around the bush with these nondescript people. Xuanmu hesitated. He turned his head and looked at Caming Beast's miserable appearance. His body trembled, and he smiled bitterly. Do I have any other choice? Lin Rei, no. Xuanmu, as ancient powerhouses, they had their own dignity, especially the Shura clan ruled by Mingi. Seeing that Xuanmu still didn't respond, Lin Rei, who was in a conscious state, said, You don't have to be like this. I want to say that the first 36 Shuras born in the Shura clan are under my command, let alone you. What? The 36 Shuras, which are the first 36 Shuras born in the Shura clan other than Mingi, have already been subdued by me. You? What are you still hesitating for? No, impossible. They have already died in battle. Impossible, Lin Rei. It's up to you to believe it or not. Chapter 14:21. It's the same question as before. What do you choose? This time, I will take action. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Xuanmu's body trembled. He knew in his heart that this time, Lin Li was serious. If he didn't give an answer, then the result might really happen. He looked at Lin Rei and thought about what Lin Rei had just said. Although he was unwilling, Lin Rei's expression did not betray him. He did not seem to have any reason to lie to him. If that was the case, then it might really be possible the 36 elders did not die. They even became Lin Rei's subordinates. If that was the case, then, if he could find them, would the Azura race be able to become a powerful race again? Would they be able to live under the sun again? Would they be able to live a life worse than that of a dog? What do you think? The cold voice sounded again. Xuanmu quickly regained his senses. He forced a smile and nodded his stiff head. Senior, I agree to your request. From today onwards, Lin Rei is my master. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a dull sound exploded in the sky. It was as if the sky was responding to Xuanmu's words. All right, get up. Feeling Tendo's power, the system smiled. Of course, it had guessed that this kind of power would appear. Go and kill them for me. He smiled at the few Caming beasts that were still alive. He turned around and looked into the distance. That was the deepest part of this space. The next time I come back, this place will become my backyard. I hope you won't do anything. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He ignored them and turned around to look at Xuanmu, who was walking towards the Caming Beasts. If it was in the past, Linley naturally would not let him go. However, now, there were only 2 Caming Beasts that were still alive and could continue to fight. Moreover, their combat power had been greatly reduced. Therefore, with Xuan Mao's strength, it was more than enough. As expected, the Shura clan were all warlike. When they arrived in front of the Caming Beasts, their killing intent was obvious. The Caming Beasts were afraid. Are you crazy? Zhu Tian's voice was trembling and his body was trembling with fear. Are you really going to start a war between the 2 clans because of this person? He doesn't know my identity, but don't tell me you don't. If you were to do it, the entire Azura clan will not be able to live a good life. Furthermore, your family will also be tormented by your foolish decision. Why you're certain of that? Threats. In the face of death, all dignity could be abandoned. As long as one could survive, the so-called face would return. Just like now. However, it was a pity that Zhu Tian did not seem to realize the change in the situation. At this point, Xuan Mao could not let any of the Caming Beasts go. If he let him go like Zhu Tian, then what Zhu Tian said might really come true. So, if he did not want those things to happen, he had to kill them. Only the dead are the best to keep secrets. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a blood-red long saber appeared out of thin air. Then, he quickly rushed toward the heart of the Caming Beast. Are you crazy? I am. Poochie, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. The long saber had already pierced through the heart of the Caming Beast. What was even more terrifying was that a black flame was burning on the long saber. You, black soul, blazing flame? Impossible. You can't have it. How can you have it? Impossible. Zhu Tian miscalculated. He thought that he could escape this disaster. However, when he saw the black flame on the long saber, he was afraid. This flame was called the Black Soul Blazing Flame. It was a flame that specialized in burning souls. As long as one soul was burned by this flame, no matter how strong one was, as long as it was not more than 4 levels higher than the user, everything would be burned to ashes. Poochie, you will die a horrible death. Feeling his soul slowly disappearing, Zhu Tian knew that he was going to die today. The decision he hated the most was to chase Lin Rei here. He looked around at his brothers. His eyes were filled with regret. He regretted it. If he could start over, he would not be so stupid. He would definitely stay in the clan. Even though they had come to their senses and realized that it was impossible for them to start all over again, that they had only themselves to blame and blamed the heavens for not helping them. After one was killed, Zhu Tian turned around and looked at the other one. The Caming Beast knew that it was not going to escape. Instead, it stayed where it was and closed its eyes, waiting for its death. Seeing it like this, Lin Rei smiled. He had killed so many people. However, this was the first time he saw such a situation. Do it, Lin Rei said. Xuan Mao nodded. His eyes were cold. His emotionless eyes landed on the last Caming Beast. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of the Caming Beast. Just like before, he slashed the long saber in his hand at the Caming Beast. Poochie, finally, the battle was over. The last one was killed by Xuan Mao. Everything here was finally over. All right, you don't have to worry. Looking at Xuan Mao, Lin Rei said, I just set up a barrier around this area. As long as it is not an immortal existence, it will not be able to break through it. Is your Shura clan safe now? Really? Xuan Mao asked. When he first arrived, he was still thinking about it. He did not expect that Lin Rei would do it for him. That's enough. This is the benefit you'll get from agreeing to become my subordinate. Besides, my 36 subordinates are also from the Azura clan. It is my duty to protect them. All right. He waved his hand and looked around. Finally, he fixed his eyes on a direction and walked towards it. Hurry up and follow me. Let's leave this place. Xuan Mao, who was in joy, came back to his senses. Looking at the direction Lin Rei left, Xuan Mao wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed like he wanted to say something but was afraid to. Seeing that Lin Rei's figure was about to disappear, Xuan Mao gritted his teeth and chased after him. Going back the way they came was a piece of cake for the system. Soon, the two of them arrived at the spatial crack that led to the first level. We're finally here. In a while, the control of the body will be returned to you. After that, we should leave this place. Okay, got it. Lin Ray nodded. He understood what the system wanted to say, so I will leave this place. After all, this place is not something I can break into now. It's good that you understand. That, just as Lin Ray was talking to the system, a very discordant voice sounded. He turned around and looked at the submissive Xuemao. He frowned and said coldly, "What's the matter?" For some reason, Lin Li's emotionless eyes caused Xuemao to feel uneasy. I can't get out of this place. Can't get out? Looking at Xuemao, Lin Ray's eyes were full of doubts. Yes, I can't get out. Xuemao nodded. Someone set up a formation here. It seems to be specially designed to suppress us. Not only the Shura clan, but even the Caming Beast and the others can't get out. As long as they were sealed, they can't get out. Hearing this, Lin Ray frowned. He remembered that there had been such a case before and nodded. Relax in a while. I'll take you out of here. Will it work? Although he said so, his eyes were closed and his body was relaxed. He didn't resist at all. This guy, with a wry smile, he waved his hand. A pulling force appeared on Xuemao's body. The next moment, Xuemao disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the system. It should be fine now. In the outside world, Lin Ray, who had done all this, clapped his hands and then turned to enter the space crack. Just as Lin Ray thought, in the system, all the power of law in the outside world didn't exist. Just as he thought, he smoothly walked out of the space crack and arrived at the first level of the Death Realm. The familiar scene in front of him made Lin Ray feel a lot more at ease. However, how could it be? In the air, there were several powerful spiritual auras. Lin Ray was stunned and his heart tightened. Come out. He fixed his gaze on a certain place and released his terrifying cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Ray's aura sealed the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, in this area, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was, whether it was a human, a god, a demon, or a spiritual body, there would be no place to hide at this moment. What's going on? In the air, a voice flashed. The next moment, several figures appeared. Unlike ordinary people, they were all spiritual bodies. Looking at the appearance of these people, Lin Ray was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses. Living souls, how did you? Lin Ray's words seemed to have stepped on their little tails. Their expressions changed, and they subconsciously took a step back. Their faces were full of vigilance. It shouldn't be. The one who entered before was obviously an Earth Sage cultivator. How long has it been since he entered? This guy's cultivation is so... we can't see through him. What's going on? They didn't dare to be sure that Lin Ray was an enemy or a friend. The aura just now, and the person who spoke of their origin, was very dangerous. Lin Ray was speechless. Their reaction made Lin Ray speechless. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in you. I just want to ask, are the two little fellows here? Are they okay?" That's right. He was concerned about Lin Wanyu and Lin Yan. As for these living souls, he really didn't care about them. Hearing this, they were stunned. Then, they shook their heads. They're still in the formation you set up. We haven't done anything, so they should be fine. After getting an accurate answer, Lin Ray didn't stay any longer. He withdrew his aura, turned around, and rushed into the distance. Damn, what's with this guy's attitude? Lin Ray's action made them explode. However, when they thought of his strength, they could only endure it in the end. We're the only ones who are easy to talk to. If it was that big sister, I'm afraid... That's right. Why didn't he see that big sister when he came out today? Moreover, that big sister was right. This kid wasn't simple. On the other side, Lin Ray released Xuemu. When he felt the difference from the life realm, Xuemu was extremely excited. After so many years, his only wish was to leave this place. He didn't expect that his wish would come true. All right, stop fooling around. Lin Ray scolded Xuemu, who was playing like a child. Then he shot out and ignored him. What he was most worried about now was his son and disciple. Following his memory, he came to a formation. This was the formation that the two of them were in before he left. It's broken? The formation was still there, but there was no one inside. Moreover, the natural treasures inside had also disappeared. It seems that these two little fellows are going to exceed my expectations. A smile appeared on his face. Releasing his spiritual perception, he was able to see everything within a radius of tens of thousands of li. Finally, he caught sight of two people in a formation in the east. Saint Realm. I didn't expect that these two little fellows would both break through while I was away. Lin Ray was shocked. He had to admit that these two little fellows had terrifying aptitudes. How long had it been? Both of them had broken through and entered another realm. Oh, I didn't expect that there would be two small saints here. Xuanmu naturally sensed the two of them. Small saints. Glancing at Xuanmu, Lin Ray shook his head and said coldly, "Have you ever seen a small saint who broke through to the saint realm after cultivating for 4,000 years? Have you ever seen a small saint who could fight above his level? Or, when they reach the same level as you can give it a try? For 4,000 years." Xuanmu was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not to mention 4,000 years. Even 1,000,000 years might not be enough to break through to the saint realm. Why? You don't believe me? Lin Ray smiled. He knew what Xuanmu was thinking. Then, he raised his hand and the formation disappeared. What's going on? Lin Yun and Lin Wanyu, who were comprehending the formation, frowned when they sensed the disappearance of the formation. No, this aura is Father, Master. The two of them turned around at the same time. When they saw who it was, their expressions relaxed. Their faces were brimming with smiles. They were very bright and naive, like children who wanted to know the truth. What's wrong? It's only been a while, and you miss me already? Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray smiled. His feet moved, and his figure suddenly shot out. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the two of them. Not bad, not bad. Breaking through to the saint realm really didn't disappoint me. Then, he raised his hand and threw out two weapons. This is your reward. Sky Brocade, a saint-grade weapon. It suits you very well. Mixed Dragon Spear, a saint-grade weapon. There's a dragon's soul in it. I believe you'll like it. Thank you, Father, Master. Of course, the two of them liked the two weapons. A saint-grade weapon was a rare existence. It was much better than what they used to use. All right, you'll get used to it. All right. Then, he waved at Xuanmu and said, "This is my new subordinate, Xuanmu. He's from the Azura clan and a heavenly saint." Chapter 14:22. Freak. After holding it in for a long time, the two of them finally blurted out. They looked at Xuanmu with envy. It was already extremely difficult for them to break through to the Dao Fruit realm. They didn't even dare to think about becoming a heavenly saint. But Lin Ray went out for a stroll and came back with a heavenly saint subordinate. How could they accept this? But fortunately, this person was their father and master. Otherwise, hi, you brat. Lin Ray didn't understand what the two of them were thinking. He rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. I want to let you two train here, but it looks like that won't be possible. Lin Yun, Master, you... The two of them were puzzled. They could sense that there were many more behind this array, but now we might have to go back. He didn't hide it from the two. After all, they had to go back with him. The two of them were shocked by this answer. Father, didn't you say that you wanted to turn this into a training ground for the sect? Why now? Yes, Master. There are many more here. We didn't manage to break through it. Isn't it a little? He raised his head and looked at the two of them with gratification in his eyes. Don't worry. We will return to this place sooner or later. After all, the most important thing for us is to discover the holy world. Moreover, he turned his head and looked at the second layer of the life realm and said, this place isn't something we can touch with our current strength. As long as you cultivate diligently, you'll be able to reach this step even without me. But before that, we have to go and get something. He thought that he might have to stay in the second layer for a long time, but the world made fools of people. No one thought that they would come out even faster after entering. Therefore, He wouldn't be able to use the inheritance here. After all, those things were his foundation. If someone else obtained them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they followed Lin Ray to the last array. The four of them were very fast. Soon, Lin Ray arrived at the place where the inheritance was stored. Standing outside the formation, he raised his head and looked at the formation. Suddenly, a suction force appeared in his hand. In the center of the spell formation was a white jade pagoda, which emanated a gentle white light. However, it was at this moment that the white jade pagoda began to move. Whoosh! The white jade pagoda left the eye of the formation and turned into a streak of white light that shot out. Finally, it floated in front of Lin Ray. Father, this is... Lin Wanyu's gaze focused on Lin Ray. This white jade pagoda was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but be moved. Tower of Babel. He glanced at the two of them and reached out to grab the white jade pagoda. He stroked the pagoda and explained, "This is a storage-type artifact that I refined. There's a lot of space inside, and it might even store the laws of time. Most importantly, it contains all of your father's inheritance." This, others might not have understood, but the two of them knew just how powerful the item in their father's possession was. If that really was the case, the powerhouses of the Saints' world would probably drool over it. All right, stop drooling. He rolled his eyes and casually tossed the white jade pagoda to him. Take this and comprehend it well. This, father. He wanted to refuse, but before he could say anything, Linley interrupted him. There's no need for that. Your father still has a lot of these things. Furthermore, if you become stronger, I will also feel proud. He raised his hand, and a transparent pearl appeared. He raised his hand and handed it to Lin Wanyu. He said, dotingly, "Since I gave it to you, I naturally can't forget about you, Master. Haha, although this thing isn't as good as that, it is still very rare for you." As he spoke, he stuffed the pearl into Lin Wanyu's hand and continued. The primal chaos pearl doesn't contain any space. If you can refine the primal chaos pearl inside, your cultivation will definitely skyrocket. Moreover, the purity of your spiritual energy will reach the peak. However, it will be a qualitative leap. Yes, I understand, Master. Lin Wanyu understood Lin Ray's painstaking efforts and no longer refused. She tightly grasped the pearl with unwavering determination in her eyes. All right. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Yan. When we return, give a copy of the devouring heavenly art in the Sky Piercer Tower to your senior sister. She will only be able to devour primal chaos pearl after cultivating this cultivation technique. Lin Yan looked at the Sky Piercer Tower and nodded. I understand, Father. All right. Everything here has been settled. It's time for us to leave. Lin Yan led the three of them and flew out. Their speed was astonishing. Soon, they returned the way they came from. Without the obstruction of the ants, everything became much simpler. Aside from the Letian secret realm, there was a sea of blood before them. This sea of blood was the sea of blood in the Dragon Spring secret realm. Protect yourselves later. This sea of blood has the ability to devour and corrode. If you accidentally touch it, the consequences will be dire. Lin Ray had no choice but to remind the three of them. Yes, Master. Shui Mao looked at Lin Ray from behind and hesitated. It seemed like he had something to say. When he noticed Shui Mao's expression, he asked, What's wrong, Shui Mao? Lin Ray stopped when he heard Shui Mao's voice. He turned around and looked at the two of them. If you have something to say, then say it. Why are you dawdling like a girl? Shui Mao was speechless. Although his words weren't pleasant, he still said what he wanted to say. Young master, actually, hurry up. Don't beat around the bush. Linley was getting impatient. This sea of blood might be a part of my sea of blood. I want to reclaim this sea of blood. Are you serious? Lin Ray's eyes lit up. If what Shui Mao said was true, then it would be great. After all, Mingi had cultivated the blood god's incarnation back then. If he had the sea of blood, the blood god's incarnation might reappear in the world. But Shui Mao was in a dilemma. The sea of blood was very special. Ordinary spatial artifacts wouldn't work on it. Understood. Lin Rei's consciousness entered the spatial ring and began to explore. He knew Shui Mao's dilemma very well. After all, he used to be a fan of novels, so he knew the characteristics of the sea of blood very well. Soon, his gaze locked onto a palm-sized golden jade box. Looking at the jade box, Lin Rei smiled. I thought you were useless back then. Now it seems that keeping you alive was a wise choice. Sky-burning jade, a kind of jade. However, this kind of jade isn't afraid of corrosion. It's an excellent vessel to contain the sea of blood. His consciousness left the spatial ring and the sky-burning jade appeared in his hand. He looked at Shui Mao and handed it over. This thing can help you reclaim the sea of blood. This is, as someone who has survived since the desolate era, don't tell me you don't know this thing? Lin Rei smiled. No, it's not. This thing actually still exists. You thought that this thing was already extinct and no longer exists, right? Lin Rei knew that this thing was very rare. Even in the desolate era, there were pitifully few of them. But this thing was obtained from a system. The system was not something that could be judged by common sense. Therefore, there were some things that were not very normal. Hurry up. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and waited on the side with the two. After obtaining the sky-burning jade, Shui Mao came to the side and looked at the sea of blood. This sea of blood was his home. With the support of this sea of blood, he believed that breaking through to the Dao integration realm would be just around the corner. As he thought about it, crystal clear drool flowed down from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Lin Rei looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. It was hard to believe that this person was one of the strongest people who had survived since the desolate era. Universe revolution. Circulating his cultivation, the sky-burning jade in his hand suddenly rushed out and rose into the air. Suddenly, a suction force appeared and the stagnant sea of blood became restless. As time passed, the originally restless sea of blood began to flow into the sky-burning jade along with the suction force emitted by the sky-burning jade in the form of a meridian. Slowly, the flow became larger and larger. In the end, the meridian expanded into a small stream and rushed into the sky-burning jade. Little by little, the sea of blood shrank. As time passed, the sea of blood became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was completely absorbed by the sky-burning jade. Phew! After the last drop of the sea of blood entered the sky-burning jade, Shui Mao let out a long breath and a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, the sky-burning jade in the air returned to Shui Mao's hand. He walked to Lin Rei's side and handed the sky-burning jade in his hand. However, the strong reluctance in his eyes gave Lin Rei a headache. You can keep it. What? Shui Mao raised his head and was stunned. I said, you can keep it. This thing is useless to me. On the contrary, it should be useful for your cultivation. Moreover, when 36 and the others return, I'll get them to impart you with the Azura race's cultivation technique. At that time, the sect will still need you to protect it. After that, he waved his hand at Lin Yun and Lin Xuemu and charged out of the room. Shui Mao came back to his senses and looked at the departing Lin Rei with a trace of determination in his eyes. He originally felt uncomfortable about becoming Lin Rei's subordinate, but now, uncomfortable? There was no such thing. What benefits could make him understand that this might be the best decision he had made in his life? Hey, wait for me. Shui Mao wanted to see Lin Rei disappear, so he put away the sky-burning jade and rushed towards Lin Rei. At the exit of the Dragon's Spring secret realm, the spatial tear disappeared. Lin Rei didn't care about it. At this moment, the system was still in charge of Lin Rei's body. Thus, he raised his hand and a terrifying spatial energy appeared. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared. Although it was different from the previous spatial tears, it was still possible to leave. Follow me. So after saying that, he walked out, and the others followed him without hesitation. Huanghui City, the central teleportation zone. Suddenly, a white light appeared and a spatial tear appeared. At this moment, Huanghui City was completely dark. After being taught a lesson by Lin Ray, there were no longer any bullies here. Moreover, who would pay attention to this place in the middle of the night? No one noticed the spatial tear demon's appearance, not even the experts of Huanghui City. Whoosh, a figure walked out of the spatial tear. But when he raised his head and looked around, he was stunned. Whoosh, 3 more people walked out of the spatial tear. But the moment they walked out, the spatial tear behind them disappeared. Father, where is this? Lin Yin stepped forward and asked when the 3 of them looked at the unfamiliar scene before them. That's right. The 4 of them were Lin Ray's group of 4 who came out of the Dragon Spring secret realm. However, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Lin Ray didn't reply to Lin Yin's question. He was very familiar with this place. Wasn't this the first place to enter the Netherworld, Huanghui City? But why did he? Could it be? Thinking of something, the system's voice suddenly appeared and confirmed Lin Ray's thoughts. You're right. Because I changed the exit of the spatial tear, you appeared here. How is it? Am I awesome? Lin Ray. Lin Ray was speechless at the system's shameless praise. However, this was good too. It saved him a lot of trouble. No. Wait, my body. Suddenly, Lin Ray felt that he was the controller of his body again. Of course I'll give it to you once the matter is settled. Otherwise, do you think I'm willing to stay in your body? Moreover, to be honest, your body is too weak. If not, I can change the exit of the spatial tear to the empty netherworld or even any place in the entire empty netherworld. Lin Ray didn't reply. He was convinced by the system's ability to boast. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Since you're here, let's go back. Outside the capital city of Heavenly King Hong, on a mountain peak, 2 men sat down with smiles on their faces. They seemed to be talking about something. Fan Jun, now that you've become a cultivator, you have nothing to do with the mortal world. In the future, you won't stay here. So, when the young master returns, follow us back to the Holy World. The Holy World? He had heard the term Holy World countless times during this period of time. He was looking forward to it, but also hesitant. After all, it was a very unfamiliar place to him. Moreover, he didn't have any friends or family in that place. So, a white light shot out from Ouyang Zhen's chest. When the white light appeared, Ouyang Zhen's body trembled. He stood up abruptly and took out a jade pendant. He circulated his cultivation and the jade pendant was activated. A message was sent out from the jade pendant. Ouyang Zhen, we've come out from the netherworld. Wait for us in Hong Tian. I'll meet you soon. Young master is back. The message disappeared. Ouyang Zhen smiled. During this period of time, he was almost driven crazy. After all, this place wasn't like the Holy World. Cultivators were everywhere. The only one here was his little disciple. This was probably the so-called lonely and cold situation. Chapter 14:23. Then, does this mean that we will be leaving this place and returning to the Holy World? Fan Jun asked with a lonely expression. The image of a woman appeared in his mind. Fan Jun was reluctant to part with her. It was his first time falling in love with a woman. He did not expect that the ending would be so fruitless. Ouyang Zhen naturally sensed Fan Jun's decline. He also knew what Fan Jun was thinking. However, when he thought of Fan Jun's current status, he nodded. That's right. Young master is back. It's time for us to leave. However, suddenly, he changed the topic and continued. If you have any regrets, you can go and see her. After all, you won't be able to see her again. When you return, the person in your heart will probably be a pile of soil. Go. Don't let yourself have any regrets. Can I? Fan Jun confirmed once again. When he acknowledged Ouyang Zhen as his master, he did not think that he would be able to meet Ouyang Zhen again. And go. Ouyang Zhen nodded. Fan Jun smiled and bowed to Ouyang Zhen. Thank you. After that, he turned around and circulated his cultivation. His figure instantly disappeared. In an instant, he had reached the combination realm. That's right. During this period of time, with the help of Ouyang Zhen's elixirs and heavenly treasures, Fan Jun went from a noob to a Mahayana realm cultivator. Although this realm was not essential to Ouyang Zhen, It was enough to prove Fan Jun's talent. After Fan Jun disappeared, Ouyang Zheng shook his head helplessly. This kid is also a romantic. I just don't know how that woman will treat him. He did not know about Aunt Ming's feelings for Fan Jun. However, he knew that she liked Li Zhiping. She made the decision just now because she wanted him to settle the final matters of Fan Shun. This would be beneficial to his future cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have let her leave. Of course, more importantly, Fan Jun was very compatible with him. Otherwise, he would not have taught him cultivation. In a courtyard in the north of Hongtian City. Ever since Li Zhiping became the emperor, Aunt Ming had left the palace and lived here alone. According to her, now that Hongtian was loyal, there was not much difference whether she was here or not. Perhaps a peaceful life was more suitable for her. Li Zhiping originally wanted to stop her, but when he thought about how she had fought alongside him for so many years, he finally agreed to her request and let her go. Fan Jun naturally knew what Aunt Min was thinking. Ever since he had succeeded in his cultivation, his divine sense had been constantly probing Aunt Min's every move. Very quickly, Fan Jun appeared in the air above the courtyard where Ani Meng was. He stood there proudly and looked down. In the courtyard, a woman was standing in front of a man-made lake. She stared at the lake in a daze, as if she was thinking about something. Alas! Looking at Aunt Ming, Fan Jun sighed. His figure slowly descended and finally landed above the lake. His figure entered Aunt Ming's line of sight. You, Fan Jun. Fan Jun's sudden intrusion caused Auntie Ming's expression to recover. As she looked at this man who had left for many years, her eyes became misty. Is that true? You really came back to see me? Auntie Ming's voice was trembling. Her body was stiff as she looked at the man in front of her. She had thought that he would come back, but she did not expect that he would come back in such a manner. Moreover, Fan Jun's current actions were too strange. He was standing in the air. This was beyond the means of mortals. Auntie Ming, are you well? Looking at this woman, Fan Jun spoke in a gentle tone and a smile appeared on his face. How have you been all these years? Did anyone bully you? Has he been good to you? Him? Hearing this, Auntie Ming was stunned. She immediately understood who Fan Jun was referring to. However, Auntie Ming's expression turned gloomy. She smiled bitterly. Is there a difference? Now, Hong Tian has agreed. All the people are loyal. Old officials like us are not of much use. It is right to withdraw as soon as possible. Why? Fan Jun was stunned. This was not what he had expected. According to his expectations, the old officials who had followed Li Zhiping before should be put in an important position. Why, enough? He waved his hand. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go. Come and sit for a while. As he spoke, he turned around and walked toward the pavilion behind him. Hey, great. I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time. Speaking of which, I really miss it. After saying that, he moved and appeared on the shore. He strolled to the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. Walala, Auntie Ming poured a cup of tea for Fan Jun. Since you were back now, you should have left. Fan Jun was speechless. In midair, his hand stopped at his mouth. He did not know what to say. He did not want to leave, but this was impossible. He did not say anything. He just drank the tea in his hand quietly. Tasting this familiar taste, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Seems like it's true. Fan Jun's lack of response confirmed her suspicions. Before Fan Jun had left, she had thought that he was dead. However, some of the black-robed men who had infiltrated her home had been killed for no apparent reason. Other than Fan Jun, she couldn't think of anyone else who would secretly protect her. This world is not inferior to me. Moreover, I promised him that as long as Li Zhiping becomes the emperor, I will atone for my sins with my death. Fortunately, he did not kill me. Instead, he gave me a chance to be reborn. As he spoke, he raised his hand toward the lake water beside him. Suddenly, a water dragon soared into the sky and landed in front of Auntie Ming. It surrounded her. This is the power that he gave me. It is a power that transcends the mortal world. My current lifespan can no longer be judged by common sense. Perhaps after 10,000 years, I will still be like this." As soon as he said that, Auntie Meng was stunned. She soon came back to her senses. A smile appeared on her face. However, a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. "That's good. You have dedicated the first half of your life to Li Jiping. Live the second half of your life happily." As she spoke, she poured another cup of tea for Fan Jun. Then, she stood up and prepared to leave. "Wait here. I will go and cook for you." After she spoke, she did not wait for Fan Jun to reject her and left. Looking at Auntie Meng's departing figure, a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. "After this, it might be goodbye forever. However, before I leave, I still want to fight for it. After all, this place is too dangerous for a woman like you." Outside Hongtian City, on the mountain peak where Ouyang Jun was, Ouyang Jun, who had been waiting for a long time, finally smiled. For black figures appeared in the direction of his gaze. Ouyang Jun understood that Lin Rei had returned. Swoosh! A few air-piercing sounds could be heard. A few black figures flashed and landed in front of Ouyang Jun. "Young master." Looking at Lin Rei, Ouyang Jun quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lin Rei. His eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Nodding his head, Lin Rei felt a little guilty toward Ouyang Jun. He had made Ouyang Jun wait for him. "Where is Fan Jun?" Looking around, Lin Rei did not see Fan Jun. At that moment, he asked, "Fan Jun, Fan Jun, young master." Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Fan Jun's figure quickly appeared in front of Lin Rei. Plop! Without saying a word, he knelt in front of Lin Rei and pleaded, "Young master, I beg you. I want to leave with Aunt Meng. I don't want to be separated from her." Although it was bold, for the sake of his woman, even if he had to die, it did not matter. "Fan Jun, what are you doing?" Fan Jun's sudden action frightened Ouyang Jun. "What the hell is going on? I was kind enough to let you go back and form a bond with the mortal world. Now you're trying to stab me in the back." Lin Yun, Lin Wanyu, and Lin Wanyu, who were by Lin Li's side, all understood what was going on. On the other hand, Lin Rei looked at Fan Jun calmly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. "You have decided? Now that you are a cultivator, your lifespan has exceeded 10,000 years. You should know that in the world of cultivators, as long as you have the strength, you can get any woman you want. Are you sure you want to leave with that person?" Lin Li's words weren't false. As a cultivator, power, interest, women, all of it was easily obtainable. However, these words made Lin Wanyu unhappy. She looked at Lin Rei and rolled her eyes. She retorted, "Master, you can't say that. If the Shadow Master's wife knew what you were thinking, would you still have this attitude?" Lin Rei, Lin Yun looked at Lin Wanyu and gave her a thumbs up. He admired this senior sister of his so much that he would prostrate himself on all fours. Only she dared to say this. Lin Rei was not angry. If it was someone else who said this, it would be a different scene. Since you have decided, then do it. After all, one is the same as two. With that, he waved his hand and dismissed her. Bang, bang, bang. After getting Lin Rei's permission, Fan Jun kowtowed to the ground gratefully. The sound was so loud that it gave Ouyang Jun a headache. After Fan Jun left, Ouyang Jun stood behind Lin Rei, waiting for further instructions. Out is Li Jiping. Ouyang Jun, who was already prepared to respond, stepped forward when he heard Lin Rei's question. He told him about Li Jiping's actions. Young master, after Li Jiping ascended the throne, he was a wise ruler. Not only did he clean up the bureaucracy of Hongtian, he also refreshed the military. Hongtian has reclaimed the land that Hongtian once lost. This action is a solid blow to the surrounding countries. Oh, is that so? He had a good impression of Li Jiping before, but he did not expect the ending to be like this. However, it did not matter. After all, the mission was completed and the rewards were returned. Now, everything was settled. All that was left was for Fan Jun and the rest to return. In Hongtianbei City, after Annie Meng finished cooking, she returned to the pavilion. Looking at the empty pavilion, she could not help but tear up. He left without waiting for me to go to jail? Thinking about the time she spent with Fan Jun, Annie Meng regretted it. If she had understood his intentions and agreed to his request, their children would have grown up by now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. She sat down in the pavilion. Her eyes were empty and tears flowed down uncontrollably. This scene was seen by Fan Jun, who regretted his decision. His heart ached, and he hurried forward. "Smash it! Who bullied you?" The sudden voice pulled Annie Ming back. She regained her composure and turned her head to look at Fan Jun. She could no longer care about anything else. She took a step forward and threw herself into Fan Jun's arms. Her small face was filled with grievance and tears. It was truly heartbreaking. "You bastard, where did you go? I thought you left and would never come back. Bastard, son of a bitch, you old bastard." While muttering, he kept pounding Fan Jun's chest. However, Fan Jun was stunned by Annie Ming's sudden action. However, he reached out and hugged her tightly with a blissful smile on his face. "I went back to beg young master to let you leave with me. I thought you were unwilling. Now it seemed like I was thinking too much. Who said I was going to leave with you?" She had already recovered from the sadness just now. She pushed Fan Jun away and turned around with a blush on her face. "Oh, if that's the case, forget it. I'd better leave this place." With that, she put on an act and turned around to leave. You bastard, where are you going?" After experiencing the sadness of Fan Jun's departure, Annie Ming turned around and hugged Fan Jun's arm when she heard that he was going to leave again. She looked as though she would not let go even if she died. "Ha!" Fan Jun laughed. He had never imagined such a scene. At that time, he thought that it was all a dream and that it would never happen. However, it really happened now. Moreover, it was even more perfect than before. He reached out and stroked Annie Ming's hair. He said dotingly, "All right, I was just joking. Young master promised me that he would bring you with him. When the time comes, you can cultivate too. We will live forever and never be separated." "Yes." Auntie Ming buried her head in Fan Jun's arms. Her voice was weak and pitiful. However, Fan Jun heard it very clearly. "Ha, great." Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, a laugh came from afar. "That's right. The two of you have been through all kinds of hardships before you were reunited. Since that's the case, you must love and support each other in the future. Yes, it's not easy for the two of you to be together. In that case, are we considered matchmakers?" Lin Rei and the others had arrived. They looked at the two of them, looked at each other, and laughed. "Young master." Fan Jun was shocked when he saw Lin Rei and the others. He quickly took Annie Ming's hand and bowed in front of Lin Rei and the others. Young master." She looked at Lin Rei. She had seen him before. However, she could not be presumptuous at this moment. She followed Fan Jun and bowed to Lin Rei. Looking at the two of them, Lin Rei nodded. "The two of you will cultivate with Ouyang Zhen from now on." Ouyang Zhen, who understood, came in front of the two of them and promised Lin Rei, "Understood, young master. I have taught the two of them well." Chapter 1424. Relax. I will send the two of you to a place in a while. You will be safe there. Once we reach the place, I will release the two of you. We will listen to you, young master." The two nodded. Seeing that the two of them nodded, the two of them disappeared in front of everyone. No one was surprised by this. After that, he looked at the few of them and communicated with the system telepathically. "Come, let's start the teleportation." Ding. Activating the teleportation. "Please wait for a moment." Ding. Teleportation has begun. Please proceed forward. As soon as the system finished speaking, a circle of light appeared in front of them. Lines of runes slowly appeared and formed a huge and complicated array. Lin Yun and the others were stunned by this scene. This array was too powerful. Although Lin Yun and the others didn't practice arrays, they could tell that this array's strength wasn't inferior to any array they had seen before, including the Shuemo array. Ding! The array has been formed. The teleportation will begin in 30 seconds. Please get ready. F*CK. How could he not panic when he heard that there was a time limit? He raised his hand and threw Lin Yun and the others into the array. Then, he entered the array. Just as he entered the array, Another system notification rang out in his ears. Ding! 30 seconds have passed. The array has been activated. The teleportation has begun. F***CK. Are you kidding me? Lin Ray was dumbfounded. It had only been 10 seconds. Where did 30 seconds come from? Ding! Including the time taken to form the array, it will take 30 seconds. So, if the host is late by even a second, the array will break and disappear. Boom! Just as Lin Ray was about to say something, the array was activated. Suddenly, the entire Hong Tian Bay was covered in a blue light. Whoosh! Where Linley was standing, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split apart. A spatial tear appeared, and suddenly, without any warning, they were all knocked into it. Lin Ray was speechless. It's not reliable at all. What is this? He felt that the world was spinning, and he hated the system to the core. Just like that, Lin Ray and the rest disappeared from the Nether Void realm and returned to the Holy World. As for Zhu, I'll just leave him to fend for himself. I'll deal with him once I step foot into the Dark Sky territory again. In the depths of the eastern sea of the Holy World, it was originally a sunny day with a bright moon and few stars. However, at this moment, a storm suddenly kicked up. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, casting a layer of mystery over the entire eastern sea. Rumble! A bolt of lightning flashed. Within the dark clouds, lightning flashed continuously. Dao fruit was extremely rare. Oh, I didn't expect to attract Tendo's attention just by using a formation. Whoosh! Deep in the sky of the eastern sea, a bright light flashed. Lin Ray's figure rushed out from the light, but when he saw the surrounding scene, a smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom! Just as Lin Ray was muttering to himself, the thunder erupted. In an instant, a bolt of lightning rushed out of the thunder clouds and rushed towards Lin Ray. Its speed was so fast that even Lin Ray was stunned. F***CK, that can't be, right? Seeing the incoming lightning bolt, Zhang Xian had no choice but to press it down. Raising his head, he sent out a surge of Saint Spirit Qi to collide with the lightning bolt. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a burst of battle's aftermath rushed out in all directions. Whoosh! Just as Lin Ray was fighting, Lin Yun and the others came out from the light behind him. When they saw the scene before them, they didn't say anything and directly rushed to Lin Ray's back to help. Ding! Teleportation complete. Rumble! The teleportation formation disappeared, and, at the same time, the thunder clouds in the sky seemed to have lost their direction. They became confused until finally, they completely dissipated, as if they had never appeared. F***CK, what the hell is this? Although it was just a small episode, it was really disgusting. Especially this formation, it could actually attract Tendo's attention and even send down lightning punishment. This made her feel even more terrified of the system. System, where are we now? Ding! Scanning host, please wait. The system was silent. Lin Ray didn't say anything, and quietly waited for the system to give him an answer. Turning around, he looked at the people behind him. We are now in the Holy World, but we don't know the exact location. Be careful. The sea here may not be as calm as it seems on the surface. Yes, Father Master. Yes, young Master. But I don't know how Lu Shusheng is doing now. We agreed to go together, but I didn't expect this to happen. But now that my cultivation has reached the Earth Sage realm, I don't need that energy source anymore. Thinking of his daughter, Lin Ray became anxious. Thinking about it, it should be about time. I wonder how Xian is doing. Ding! Scanning complete. Ding! Host is now in the depths of the East Sea. Huh, the East Sea. Lin Ray didn't expect that after going around in circles, he would still end up in this place. But it was good. Now that he knew where he was, he had a direction. Let's go. Calling out to the people behind him, he turned around and looked for a direction. Releasing his cultivation, he instantly shot up into the sky. The East Sea stretched out, surrounding Penglai Island. In the depths of the East Sea, there should be no one around. But now it was different. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators surrounded Penglai Island. Each of them looked at Penglai Island with burning eyes, as if there were great benefits waiting for them on Penglai Island. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators, a young man with a scholarly appearance looked around as if he was looking for something. Ruo Lin Ray was here. When he saw this young man, he would recognize him. Isn't this the scholar that he couldn't get rid of even if he wanted to? It seems like there really isn't anything. I wonder what happened to Lin Ray back then. He recalled that Lin Ray had asked him to leave first and wait for him to return. However, the place had returned to peace and was still fighting. Other than the remnants of Lin Ray's spiritual energy in the air, everything else had returned to normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. "Hey, scholar, what are you doing?" A clear and ethereal voice like that of an oriole came from behind. Instantly, the scholar who was looking for Lin Ray froze on the spot. With his back facing her, his expression changed. "Damn, why is this demoness here?" Fong Yinyao, the leader of the Thousand Devil Sect, was at the peak of the Earth Saint realm. Her demonic skills were unfathomable and unpredictable. However, it was quite a coincidence. 1,000 years ago, the scholar had accidentally seen Fong Yinyao bathing and had been chased by her for hundreds of years. In the end, because of a heavenly treasure, the two of them had turned hostility into friendship. However, because of this, the scholar had developed a fear of Fong Yinyao. From then on, as long as Fong Yinyao was around, he would hide far, far away. But he didn't expect that Fong Yinyao would come to such a place. "Hey, why aren't you talking? Do you want me to speak for you?" Fong Yinyao stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Shusheng. She raised her hand and was about to attack. This scene caused the scholar to come back to his senses. He subconsciously took a step back and responded. Sweat dripped from his forehead as if it was free. "That, Sister Yao Yao, it's like this. I came with a friend. I didn't expect to meet a sea demon on the way. In the end, I was separated from my friend. How about this, Sister Yao Yao? You do what you need to do. I will go find my friend first. When I have time, I will call you." Then, he turned around and wanted to leave this troublesome place. Oh, just as the scholar turned around, Fong Yinyao's voice entered his ears. "If that's the case, then I will be kind and accompany you. After all, you are so weak. If you don't have my protection, who knows what will happen to you?" "Scholar, damn it, you can't hide anymore." Fong Yinyao's attitude showed that she wanted to waste some time with him. But he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't win against her. Her cultivation level was obvious. Moreover, she was from a powerful sect. He was alone. Who knew what she would do if he made her anxious? As he thought about it, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at Fong Yinyao. At this moment, the scholar had an extremely happy expression on his face. "Since Big Sis Yao Yao is so kind, how could I," the scholar, refuse to give Big Sis Yao Yao face. "Oomph, you want to fight with me? You are still too young." Seeing the scholar's fake smile, Fong Yinyao snorted coldly in her heart. She walked up to the scholar and waited quietly. Wong. Originally, he wanted to take Fong Yinyao around and get rid of her. But, just as he was about to take action, the jade pendant that he had been looking at for a long time lit up. "This is Lin Ray." While he was stunned, he took out the jade pendant. Looking at the shiny jade pendant, he smiled. Originally, he thought that Lin Ray was dead. He didn't feel sad and guilty. Now, seeing the jade pendant lit up again, the guilt in his heart disappeared instantly. Lin Ray, where are you? The competition in Penglai is about to start. Why aren't you here yet?" Far away in the East Sea, Lin Ray was about to leave the East Sea and return to the mainland to find his daughter. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his chest vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Shusheng? Lin Ray had a headache about the jade pendant in his chest. Thinking of Lu Shusheng's mouth, his head hurt. Lin Ray, where are you? The competition in Penglai is about to start. Why aren't you here yet? After activating the jade pendant, Lin Ray heard Lu Shusheng's voice from the jade pendant. This guy still hasn't changed. He is still as talkative as before. Ouyang Zheng smiled bitterly when he heard Lu Shusheng's voice. "Father, this is..." Lin Yin opened his mouth. Suddenly, Everyone's eyes focused on Linley, as if they were waiting for his answer. That talkative guy. Yes, a powerful talkative guy. Thinking of Lu Shuxing's cultivation, Lin Ray emphasized. Talkative guy? Lin Yun didn't understand. He looked at Ouyang Zheng. He knew that Ouyang Zheng must know. Ouyang Zheng naturally knew Lin Yun's identity. Seeing the look in Lin Yun's eyes, Ouyang Zheng started to tell Lin Yun everything about Lu Shuxing. Lin Yun and the others listened attentively. On the other hand, Lin Ray was pondering if he should respond to Lu Shuxing. After all, Lu Shuxing's mouth annoyed him. Just like that, this guy became our companion. He came here to look for Penglai Island. Unexpectedly, he encountered a powerful demonic beast and fell into the empty nether realm. As for what happened after that, you all know. Hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh. This was called experience, and he seemed to have never had such an experience. Forget it, I'll just reply. Lin Ray didn't notice Lin Yun's words. Finally, he made a decision in his heart. He activated the jade pendant and said, I'm in the depths of the Eastern Sea. I don't know where exactly. As for Penglai, I don't intend to Wong. Lin Ray, come quickly. I heard that there's a prehistoric ruin this time. Also, I heard that there are many good things inside. The voice sounded again. For a moment, Lin Ray, who didn't intend to go, was tempted. The current him was poor. He didn't have anything. Moreover, the disciples of the sect had to improve in all aspects. Okay, where is it? Tell me, I'll go now. In the end, Lin Ray decided to go. Outside Penglai, a strange smile appeared on Lin Ray's face when he heard his reply. I knew that you liked this kind of thing. If Rual Lin Ray was here, he would definitely find a brick and throw it at him. I'm in the easternmost area. You just need to fly there. Release your spiritual sense while you're at it. I'll sense where you are. After saying that, his spiritual sense covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Although the location obtained wasn't accurate, it was still traceable. He put away the jade pendant and looked at Ouyang Zheng and the others. Let's go to Penglai. There are ruins there. All right, take this opportunity and treat it as a form of training for all of you. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they followed Linley towards the east. Their speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. How was it? Did you find your friend? Are you all right? Fang Yunyao interrupted when she saw the smile on Shu Yu's face. Yeah, I'm fine. It won't be long before he comes. At that time, maybe the good things here will be mine, ours. As he spoke, he seemed to be imagining himself obtaining all the heavenly treasures here. Saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. TSK. Lu Shuxing looked like he deserved a beating. Fang Yunyao rolled her eyes and turned away, ignoring him. Time passed little by little. The seal around Penglai Island was getting weaker and weaker. The surrounding cultivators were getting restless. However, senior brother Lin Ray didn't appear. This made Lu Shuxing anxious. F*CK, this guy won't stand me up, right? Thinking of Lin Ray's performance before, it was very possible. Wong, as the saying goes, don't talk about it. Whatever you talk about, it will happen. As he spoke, the jade pendant in his pocket vibrated. Shuyu, I can sense your spiritual sense. Strengthen your spiritual sense, and let me sense where you are. As soon as these words were spoken, the scholar didn't say anything else. He increased the output of his divine sense once more. The gazes of all the cultivators around Penglai all focused on the scholar. Hee, you're going to be unlucky. Chapter 1425. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar. He looked at the scholar and snorted. Junior, have you forgotten the rules of cultivation? Judging from his aura, the old man was at least at the peak of the Earth Sage realm. His aura was strange, and the scholar could not figure him out. Coupled with the stares of the crowd, the scholar did not dare to do anything to the old man. In the end, he bowed apologetically to the crowd and said, I'm sorry about my cultivation. My friend needs my divine sense to find me. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way. Hearing this, the crowd frowned. They thought that there would be a good show. They did not expect the scholar to be like this. Seeing how sincere he was, the crowd did not have any evidence against him. Even the old man could not help but sigh when he heard this. Junior, I hope that this will not happen again. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Oomph. With a cold snort, he turned and left, no longer paying any attention to Linley. At this moment, when the scholar thought of Linley, he prayed in his heart that Linley would not copy him and use his powerful divine sense to scan everyone present. Otherwise, As the old saying goes, whatever you want will come true. Just as Lu Shusheng did not want Lin Ray to be like him, the thing that he did not want to see still happened. Right at the instant that the old man turned around, an enormous strand of divine sense swept through everyone, and in the end, it descended onto Lu Shusheng. There was no weakling in the crowd. Soon, the crowd realized that this was their friend. However, they had just warned the scholar. Now that he appeared again, it was unforgivable. With that thought in mind, the first person to bear the brunt of the attack was naturally the old man. His cultivation of Earth Saint Realm Pinnacle was instantly unleashed, and a huge amount of blood and chi energy surged out from his body. If one had to describe how he looked like, it would be more accurate to say that he looked like a little calf in heat. Maybe. This little calf is a little old. This person dares to ignore us. This time, I will teach you a lesson and let you know that there is always someone better than you. With that, he walked to the front of the crowd and locked his gaze in the direction of Lin Ray. It was as if he was waiting for Lin Ray to appear so that he could make a move. Of course, Lin Ray was unaware of all this. After finding the scholar, he focused all his divine sense on him. As for the others, he did not care about them at all. He led Lin Yun and the rest and flew quickly. Finally, a few figures appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, Lin Ray also saw the scholar who was standing beside the crowd. I've finally found you. Looking at the scholar's figure, Lin Ray's lips curled up. Senior, why do I feel that? The atmosphere is a little different. Lin Yun, who was following behind Lin Li, looked at the gazes of the people in front of him and seemed to have sensed something different. Hearing Lin Yun's words, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the crowd. For a moment, he had the same thought as he did in Jinyun County. It seemed a little different. Should I inform Master? While he was thinking, Lin Ray's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Be careful later. If a battle breaks out, Xuan Mao, you must protect Yun'er and Yu'er. Yes, young master. After receiving his order, Xuan Mao intentionally walked to the side of Lin Yun and Yu'er. His cultivation seeped out and enveloped Lin Yun and Yu'er. As for Ouyang Zhan, naturally, he could not rely on others to protect him. Of course, for safety's sake, he still went to Xuan Mao's side. With his cultivation, it would be a waste not to use it. After giving out the instructions, Lin Ray did not care about anything else. Finally, the crowd arrived in front of the crowd. Just as they thought, when they arrived in front of the crowd to look for the scholar, the old man who had caused trouble for the scholar walked out from the crowd. He looked at Lin Ray with disdain. Brat, your actions just now have offended everyone here. So, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. This way, the people behind you will have a chance to live. Otherwise, as he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. Killing intent shot out from his body. It was as if Lin Ray did not do as he said, Lin Yun and the others behind him would all die. Lin Li didn't want to say anything to this old man who had suddenly appeared. However, what the old man didn't know was that while he was intentionally or unintentionally trying to show off, had revealed Lin Li's reverse scale. The reverse scale of a dragon would kill anyone who touched it. As for the old man, he was undoubtedly on the death list in Lin Ray's heart at this moment. He turned his head and looked at Xuan Mao. Protect them well. Otherwise, you can forget about living. Although Xuan Mao was a heavenly saint, his voice was cold. He was also shocked by Lin Ray's words. He nodded his head stiffly and asked Lin Ray to get down from the square. In the distance, the scholar saw that the situation was not good. He quickly went to Lin Rei's side. Just as he was about to greet him, he was stopped by Lin Rei. I say, Lin Rei, let's talk later. Let me clean up this piece of trash first. Then we can catch up. Trash? F***, this guy is awesome. He actually dared to call a cultivator at the peak of the Earth Sage realm trash. Who is this guy? Isn't he too showy? Yeah, trash. This is too F***ing awesome. Even if this young man loses in the end, just this act of acting tough is enough to make everyone remember him. The discussion of the crowd fell into the old man's ears. The murderous intent in his heart suddenly surged. He stared at Lin Rei coldly, as if Lin Rei was already a dead man. Aunt, you only know how to talk big. In front of true power, you are nothing. Whoosh. After saying that, the old man's figure shot out. He was still in the distance a moment ago. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Rei. Dog-like thing. You dare to spout nonsense in front of this old man? Now this old man will let you know what death is. As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. His holy earth spirit wrapped around his fist, and he smashed it towards Lin Li's face. At this moment, the old man mobilized all his strength. It was as if he would not stop until he killed Lin Rei. Off in the distance, the scholar couldn't hold himself back any longer. He moved, intending to block the punch. Stop. You are not qualified to participate in the young master's battle. The sudden voice caused the scholar and Fang Yunyao to be stunned. What was going on? The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Was the old man talking to them? However, Lin Rei's life was at stake. The scholar did not care too much and wanted to step forward. Boom! However, just as Xu Shang stepped forward and was about to help, a terrifying force that Xu Shang was unable to resist instantly charged out and landed on Xu Shang and Fang Yunyao's bodies, enveloping them within. I already said that the young master has to fight. The two of you are not qualified to participate. So, behave yourselves. Otherwise, boom! The pressure increased again. Suddenly, the two of them felt as if their hearts had been hammered by something. Their bodies froze on the spot. They were powerless and could not move. This scene happened too suddenly. So Lin Yun and the others did not know what happened to the scholar and Fang Yunyao. On the other side, Lin Rei was not fearful of the incoming fist. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. I've only broken through and fought with Death Realm creatures. I haven't fought with a real cultivator yet. I'll take this opportunity to see where my limit is. As he spoke, he lifted his head to look at the old man who was charging at him. Narrowing his eyes, his cultivation surged out, and his Earth Saint primary stage cultivation surged out. Even though he had appeared, his aura was not any weaker than the old man's. What? It happened so suddenly that the old man did not expect that a young fellow like him would have such a terrifying cultivation. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. How could he withdraw his sword when it was unsheathed? Let's see how strong your cultivation is. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist as well. He met the old man's fist head-on. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, the aftermath of the battle rushed out. With the two of them as the center, it spread out in all directions. Thump! Thump! In everyone's line of sight, a figure quickly retreated. Because of the aftershock, no one was able to see clearly at the first moment. However, under Shui Mao's protection, Lin Yun and the scholar and Fang Yunyao could see it clearly. Damn, when did Lin Rei become so terrifying? This cultivation, this power, this handsomeness, it really makes me. No, it really makes all the girls in the world fall head over heels for him. As he spoke, he was the one who started drooling. You bastard, what are you thinking about? Fang Yunyao, who was on the side, seemed to be unwilling. She threw a punch at the scholar. Although their cultivation was suppressed by the array, Fang Yunyao's physical body was very strong. The moment the fist collided with Lu Shuxing's body, the latter was instantly sent flying. He only managed to stop 1,000 meters away. In the distance, when the battle between Lin Rei and the others was discovered, everyone sighed in their hearts. This kind of battle rarely happened. Moreover, It was a matter of a weak cultivator forcing a strong cultivator to retreat. At the very least, from now on, the old man's reputation would most likely be destroyed. Even the faction that the old man belonged to would be implicated because of this. TSK, not bad. Lin Ray didn't care about the gazes and discussions of the surrounding people. Looking at the old man who retreated, a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Looking at his fist, he muttered, 30% of my strength was enough to force that old man back. If I used my full strength, would I be able to kill that old man? Ding. Host, you're dreaming. But to be honest, you can do what you want. But remember, only this person can do it. If you encounter other cultivators, remember not to lower your guard. The sudden notification from the system stunned Lin Ray. Although he didn't understand, he still nodded in agreement. Although this old man's cultivation is solid, it's only the first half. The second half seems to have used some method to increase his cultivation quickly. He forcefully increased his cultivation to this level. So, remember, don't lower your guard in the future. Originally, he still had some doubts, but now, it all made sense. After all, how strong could a person whose foundation was not even stable be? Okay, I got it. Oh, by the way, you have to hurry up. The array here is about to be activated. So, time waits for no man. Okay, I got it. I'll deal with it immediately. The system notified him. Lin Ray naturally wouldn't play Tai Chi with the old man. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the old man. You shouldn't have used the lives of my family members to threaten me. So, be prepared. Looking at Linley, the old man was terrified. If he hadn't been so pretentious earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being too greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this territory. Sky. Demon Slash. It was a cultivation method that hadn't been used for a long time. It was a cultivation method of the demon race. It could cut off one's soul and make one suffer inhumane torture before death. He thought he would never use it again. Unexpectedly, there was no class today, and this old man broke it. Activating the demonic slash, the originally clear sky was instantly enveloped by darkness. At this moment, Linley's body was no longer surrounded by holy spiritual aura. Instead, it was filled with a suffocating demonic aura. It was a corrosive, soul-shaking aura that caused everyone to tremble. F*CK, Demon Chi? Yes, Demon Chi. It's something of the demon race. This man actually used something of the demon race. I'm on a righteous path. How dare he use such an evil existence? This man should be killed. The righteous path. How dare he use such a thing just to increase his cultivation? For a moment, rumors and discussions were flying all over the place. In an instant, everything was covered up. The old man, standing in front of Lin Ray, heard the discussions around him. For a moment, a trace of hope appeared in his heart. Cultivation, we are on the righteous path. We exist to eliminate the demon race. Now, the demon race is in front of us. What are you waiting for? Even though everyone knew that the old man wanted to live, what he said made sense. For a moment, the situation changed. The scholar and the others had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. Are you all courting death? How dare you speak to my young master like that? Just when everyone thought that the situation was going to change, something unexpected happened. In the sky, a pressure that shocked them appeared. What? What's going on? Why? This pressure. Heavenly Saint? Yes, it's a heavenly saint. Only a heavenly saint can suppress us. But why would a heavenly saint appear in this world? Something's not right. Just now that voice said young master. His young master, could it be? Hearing someone's reminder, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Linley. Not far behind Linley, the blood-haired man coldly swept his gaze over everyone present. The pressure was coming from that direction. Heavenly Saint? Where did this young man come from? He actually wants a heavenly saint to protect him. Moreover, for what he said, he seems to be a subordinate. For a moment, everyone understood. But they were confused. Is the world in chaos? Why did a heavenly saint become someone else's subordinate? Are heavenly saints so worthless now? For a moment, All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's mind. However, Lin Ray had no need to answer these questions. Now it's time for you to die. No, 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 I was wrong. I was wrong. The sound of flesh being cut was heard. Following that, Lin Ray's voice sounded. Remember this. Those who touch my reverse scale will be killed without mercy. Chapter 1426. This was both a warning and a threat. This was Lin Ray's way of doing things. He scanned the crowd coldly and snorted. With a wave of his hand, the illusory spirit blood fire rushed to the old man's body. In an instant, an earth sage died. Swoosh! A space ring flew into Lin Ray's hand. He released his divine sense and broke through the old man's seal. Wow! Inside the space ring, Lin Ray looked at the mountain of treasures and clicked his tongue. This guy, did he rob some top sect? There were mountains of Saint Spirit crystals. Based on initial calculations, there should be at least 100 million Saint Spirit crystals. Not to mention the Saint Spirit crystals from spiritual herbs to magical weapons. There was everything here. Those who didn't know would think that this was the entire fortune of 100 million Saint Spirits. Yeah, Cloud of Sin and Grass, Emperor's Soul Jade. I was looking for something that could restore the soul. Looks like I don't have to anymore. Looking at the Emperor's Soul Jade in his hand, a gentle light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, he entered the system space. System, can this Emperor's Soul Jade restore the soul of the little dragon? This was what he wanted to know the most. Back then, the little dragon fell into a deep slumber because of him. Now that he had found such a treasure, his only hope was to revive the little dragon. Ding. Yes. Emperor's Soul Jade, 9th grade Saint Spirit treasure. It is the best treasure for restoring souls. It is most effective for souls like the little dragon who are in a deep slumber due to external forces. Really, hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was excited. Thinking that the little dragon would be able to recover soon, Lin Ray was thrilled. Yes, really, but he was excited at first, but when he heard the systems, his excitement cooled down. Don't worry. Oh, host, don't get too excited. What I mean is that the Emperor's Soul Jade has been found. However, it will take a long time for Xiaolong to recover. So, host, please wait for Xiaolong to return. Few exhaling a long breath, his tense body instantly relaxed. You rascal. Next time, can you finish your sentence in one go? I rolled my eyes as I spoke. I no longer felt conflicted about what happened just now. As long as the little dragon woke up, everything would be fine. But then again, he still had to thank the dead idiot. If not for him, the little dragon would not have been able to wake up so quickly. He exited the system space and looked at the resources in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose, and a smile appeared on his face. This trip was not in vain. Even without the ancient ruins of Punlai, these things are enough for the Xuanzong sect to cultivate for a period of time. With a thought, he left the system space and turned around, ignoring everyone's fearful gazes as he took a step forward, crossing a kilometer in one step. Looking at the scholar who was frozen in place, he signaled Shui Mao with his eyes. Suddenly, the pressure on the scholar disappeared. Oh my God! Feeling his body recover, the scholar looked at Lin Ray with a complicated expression. He might have been able to travel with Lin Ray with his cultivation before, but now that a Heaven Saint had appeared in the other side's camp, a small Earth Saint cultivator like him would not be of much use. My subordinate is insensible. Don't mind him. Lin Ray's voice entered the scholar's ears. Suddenly, the scholar's body trembled and he smiled bitterly. Don't say that. But, can you remove the pressure on her body? She is with me. He pointed at Fang Yunyao and looked at her pleadingly. Lin Ray nodded, and Shui Mao naturally did as he was told. What's wrong with you? We are in the same group, aren't you? You're going too far. Fang Yunyao suddenly reprimanded him. The scholar, Lin Ray, everyone. Lin Ray was confused by the sudden reprimand. What's going on? I'm the one who let you regain your freedom. It's fine if you don't thank me, but what's the meaning of this? He looked at the book in confusion, as if he was asking who this person was. Fong Yinyao, the sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect, peak Earth Saint cultivation, brainless woman, don't mind her. Scholar, are you crazy? Who are you calling brainless? After hearing the scholar's words, Fong Yinyao was unhappy. On the other hand, Lin Ray nodded indifferently. Since they knew each other, it was fine. After all, she was a beautiful woman. Apart from threatening his family, everything else could be forgiven. Returning to the main topic, Linley shook his head speechlessly as he watched the two of them bicker. Waving his hand, he interrupted the two of them. You two, stop flirting. Let's talk about the situation here first. Lin Ray's words seemed to have stepped on Fong Yunyao's little tail. She said angrily, Who's flirting? Can't you see that I'm teaching him a lesson? Although she said that, her body was honest. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step back and stopped touching him. She stood aside obediently and waited. Hee. Looking at Lin Ray, the scholar smiled awkwardly and elegantly. Then, his face turned serious. Peng Lai Island is just ahead. The flood dragon lives there. However, I didn't expect that there would be a restriction here. I'm sure you've already felt it. Looking at the place the scholar was pointing at, he nodded. That's right. I did feel the restriction here. Moreover, this restriction is from ancient times. It's very powerful and mysterious. Even I don't have much confidence in breaking it. So, what do you plan to do next? He didn't know the source of the scholar's information. However, he believed the scholar's information. He also believed that the scholar had collected some useful information during this period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been here all this time. Indeed, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the scholar proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, nothing in this yellow world can hide from me. Get to the point. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes and urged. The scholar. He glared at Fong Yinyao and coughed lightly. He said seriously, during the Desolation Era, the Kuan Peng lived here. It's said that the Kuan Peng left behind some abnormalities and his inheritance. Of course, these are all rumors. No one knows the details. However, one thing is certain. The restriction here has the shadow of the Kuan Peng's heart and the cosmic cycle stellar formation. After he said that, Lin Ray and the others' faces changed. The Kuan Peng, what kind of existence was that? Everyone here should know. It was said that there was a fish in the northern underworld called the Kuan. The Kuan Peng was thousands of miles long. Moreover, the Kuan Peng of the Desolation Era was called the Demon Master by the demon race. One could imagine its status. Sigh. Looking at the barrier outside Peng Lai, Lin Ray sighed. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy to enter. Young master. Just as Lin Ray was worried, a weak voice came from the side. In an instant, the voice attracted everyone's attention. His gaze fell upon Xuemo. As he stared at Xuemo, suddenly, Linley's eyes flashed with a bright light. That's right, Xuemo. You're from the Shura clan, and your inheritance is from the Desolation Era. At that time, Guopeng was still around. You should know something. At this moment, Lin Ray seemed to have grasped hope. The Shura clan and the Kuan Peng were both from the Desolation Era. At this moment, Lin Ray placed all his hopes on Xuemo. That, feeling everyone's gaze, Xuemo said, Young master, you're right. But there's one thing you're right about. The Kuan Peng used to be here for a period of time, but it wasn't for cultivation. It was because the primordial spiritual treasure was born along the way when the untainted land was opened. As for this array, although it has some traces of the Kuan Peng, it seems to be more like the Dragon Clan's forbidden spell. Hearing Xuemo's words, everyone was interested. They stared at Xuemo more seriously, as if it was a great sin for him to stop at this moment. Is there a way to break it? Yes, but it will take time. Okay, I'll leave it to you. As for time, we don't lack time. So don't worry. Having obtained Linley's approval, Xuemo naturally had nothing to fear. However, he did not know that it was not impossible for Linley to break the formation. It was just that this method would require him to pay a high price. He was just a little unwilling to do so. Okay, since that's the case then, say, Senior, I'll leave it to you. Seeing that the matter was settled, the scholar bowed and requested with a smile. The matter of the array had come to an end. On the other hand, Fang Yunyao, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and appeared in front of Lin Rei. Looking at Lin Rei, she raised her head and blocked Lin Rei's path. Her clear eyes scanned Lin Rei's body as if she wanted to see through Lin Rei. The scholar originally wanted to stop Fang Yunyao. However, when he thought of how terrifying she was, this thought disappeared. You were using the Demon Clan's technique. You and the Demon Clan. Fang Yunyao asked with a smile. However, no one present was a weakling. Even though her voice was as soft as it could be, everyone around her could hear her very clearly. On the side, the scholar's face changed. She had touched a sore spot. He had already made up his mind about this woman's stupidity. Everyone's gazes focused on Lin Rei. It was originally a good thing, but it ended up like this. Lin Rei didn't care about everyone's gazes. He looked at Fang Yunyao and smiled. The demonic cultivation technique you mentioned doesn't exist. As for why I have demonic aura, I can only tell you that everyone has their own secrets. As for the rest, I can't tell you. After saying that, he turned around and called out to Lin Yun and the others before leaving the place. Damn, they finally left. If they didn't leave, I wouldn't have been able to stand. Hey, did you hear? That person said that he didn't cultivate a demonic cultivation technique. You even believe that? If I kill you and tell others that you came here on your own accord, who do you think will believe me? That's right, you're too naive. For a time, the discussions were in full swing. However, on the other side, Lin Rei led everyone to the island closest to Penglai. As for Xuan Mao, he was mercilessly abandoned by Lin Rei, allowing Xuan Mao to stay here and break the restrictions. Oh my God, why did I say that I know how to break the restrictions? Looking at everyone here and thinking of Lin Rei's departing back, Xuan Mao couldn't help but bitterly smile. After which, he came to the front of the restrictions and started working hard. In the Holy World, in the Yellow region, where the inner disciples of the heavenly Yuan Sect stayed, in a luxurious courtyard, Lin Xian sat in a pavilion with her hand supporting her chin as she stared ahead in a daze. Beside her, there was a little girl who blinked her beautiful eyes, looking extremely adorable. Elder sister, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you playing with little ya? The little girl looked at Lin Xian and pouted unhappily. Elder sister, seeing that Lin Xian didn't reply, little ya called out twice more. Finally, Lin Xian regained her senses. What did you say earlier? Staring at little ya, Lin Xian asked in bewilderment. Elder sister, what's wrong with you? During this period of time, you're always in a daze. Why aren't you playing with little ya? Little ya repeated. Seeing the little girl pouting unhappily, Lin Xian bitterly smiled. She stretched out her hand and rubbed the little girl's head as she smiled. Elder sister is thinking about elder sister's father. Father? Where is elder sister's father? The little girl tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. Him? As she spoke, she turned her gaze to the horizon. Her expression was downcast as she continued. He is in a place very far away, maybe in this world, or maybe... Thinking of her father, Lin Xian felt somewhat unhappy. Back then, he had said that he would return very soon. But now, such a long time had passed, and there was no news of him at all. Even when the Heaven Yuan sect sent people to search for him, there was no news at all. This caused Lin Xian to be extremely disappointed. Naturally, with regards to Lin Rei's safety, she wasn't worried at all. After all, in her heart, Lin Rei was an invincible existence. No matter when, he would always appear with invincibility, resolving all their problems and difficulties. Elder sister, don't be sad. Little Yu will accompany you. After speaking, Little Yu stood up and hugged Lin Xian, consoling her. To Little Yu, Lin Xian smiled. However, the disappointment in her eyes couldn't be concealed. If Ruo Lin was here, he would definitely feel extremely guilty. Father, where are you exactly? Why aren't you back yet? Xian misses you. Lin Rei, who was far away in the Eastern Sea, had no idea what Lin Xian was thinking. However, He had always been in a state of worry with regards to Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's abnormal state made him have no choice but to hurry. He didn't want to see his daughter in pain. Father. Lin Yin came before Lin Rei. Upon seeing the worry in Lin Rei's eyes, he subconsciously realized something. Xian's condition hasn't recovered yet. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Rei lifted his head and looked at Lin Yun as he bitterly smiled. Not yet. However, this time around, I will completely cure her condition. You don't have to worry. As for you, your cultivation has risen too quickly during this period of time. Hence, for the next period of time, don't increase your strength anymore. Focus on tempering yourself, understand? Chapter 14:27. Understood. Lin Yin nodded. Even if Lin Rei didn't say it, he would still do it. If he wanted to forge a peerless foundation, it was naturally impossible to improve as quickly as before. Moreover, after returning to the Holy World, he felt that his cultivation was a little unstable. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would have already gone into seclusion to consolidate his current cultivation. Okay, you can go now. Cultivate well in the future and have a force to protect yourself as soon as possible. Although your cultivation is now in the Saint realm, there are many people in this world who are more cautious than the strong. They are more concerned about others and themselves. After saying that, Lin Rei closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. However, Lin Yin looked at Lin Rei for a long time before turning around and leaving. Aunt, how dare you touch my mother? You're courting death. Lin Rei didn't use his full strength. He slapped the man's chest directly, and in the next moment, the man was sent flying. Lin Rei carried his mother and returned to Jinan's side. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. The several ancestors felt a burst of spiritual energy, but they didn't see Lin Rei's figure. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was sent flying by Lin Rei also fell to the ground after flying a few meters. Puffed. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with some unknown pieces of flesh. The scene was very shocking. At this time, the people of the Long family came back to their senses and hurriedly retreated. They came to the middle-aged man's side and asked, Zhong, a brother, Long family head, are you okay? Cough, cough. I'm fine. Don't worry. Long Zhong raised his head and endured the pain in his chest as he responded to the people who were concerned about him. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Rei looked at his mother with tears in his eyes. Although there were thousands of words in his heart, Lin Rei couldn't say anything at this moment. With a plop, Lin Rei directly knelt before Ouyang Jing under the gazes of the crowd. His voice trembled, but it was filled with endless longing. Mother, it's my fault. If I hadn't gone missing, you wouldn't have come to Beijing. If you hadn't come to Beijing, you wouldn't have been captured by those bastards from the Long family. At this moment, Lin Rei's throat seemed to be blocked by something. It was difficult for him to breathe, and his voice was choked with sobs. The tears in his eyes flowed down his cheeks and flowed down. Boo-hoo. At that moment, Ouyang Jing confirmed that the person in front of him was his son, who had been missing for a long time. All the grievances from before were released at that moment, and tears flowed out of his eyes. Son, where have you been all these years? Where have you been? Do you know how much your mother misses you? Every day, she thinks about whether you have enough to eat, whether you have warm clothes, and whether you have a place to stay. At this moment, the two of them were already hugging each other. The two of them wept like two people. This scene directly stirred up the atmosphere in the square. All the ladies in the square were led by the two of them, and tears also fell from their eyes. As for the 5 patriarchs, as well as some of the younger members of the 5 great clans, when they saw this scene, they were all stunned. They only knew that Linley was looking for Ouyang Jing, but they didn't know the relationship between them. But now they all understood. It was the Long family that was in trouble. At this moment, everyone from the Long family was looking at this scene with their eyes wide open. It was a sad scene. At the same time, they knew how serious this matter was. When Long Zhong, who was lying on the ground, heard that the one who injured him was his son, he didn't feel sad. Instead, he smiled. Slowly, with the help of everyone, Long Zhong stood up and walked step by step towards Lin Rei and his mother. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, his body was trembling violently. I'm sorry, Mother. It's my fault. Back then, I left in a hurry because of some things, so I didn't tell you. Don't worry. I won't do it again in the future. We'll be together as a family in the future. Also, I've just arrived in Beijing. When I arrived in Beijing, I found my brother and sister and brought them to their place. They are currently in university. At this moment, Lin Rei's emotions could no longer be expressed in words. A smile that no one had ever seen before appeared on his face. It was a smile full of happiness. Yes, that's great. Our family will never be separated again. The two of them finally stopped crying, but they were unwilling to look away from each other. It was as if they looked away, it would be as if this was all an illusion that didn't exist. Jinger, a low and excited voice sounded, interrupting the two people's thoughts. You. At this moment, Lin Rei was completely enraged. After all, he had finally found his mother, whom he missed dearly. Just when they were about to reunite, someone who didn't care about his life came forward and interrupted them. No one would want to experience this feeling, and he wouldn't forgive him. No, Rei, no. You can't touch him, can't you? Lin Rei, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped his action from his mother under the quilt. This made Lin Rei very puzzled. He looked at his mother with a puzzled gaze, wanting to seek an answer. Rei, I am her father. Boom! This explosive news caused Linley's brain to short-circuit. His mind was completely blank. Aside from the words, I am your father, which were repeating endlessly, there was nothing else. The word father was so unfamiliar in the depths of Linley's memories. It was so unfamiliar that he had already forgotten about it. Thus, when this middle-aged man in front of him said that he was his father, Linley was instantly stunned. Don't be like this. He is indeed your father. However, due to the circumstances back then, he left and returned to the Long family after I gave birth to the three of you. I didn't want them to find you, and I didn't want you to return to your previous life. Thus, I changed your surnames to Lin. Ha! After Ouyang Jing finished his explanation, Lin Rei laughed out loud. His laughter was full of disdain and helplessness. His face was full of pain as he looked at this so-called father. This word father has never existed in the past 20 or 30 years of my life. Now you are telling me that you are my father. Do you think I can accept it? Moreover, my mother told me with certainty that my father died in an accident again. Therefore, I don't know and I don't recognize you as my father. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't know what to do. His mother said that his father was dead. Now, an unknown father appeared out of nowhere. How would he accept this? But I am your father after all. Long Zhong was heartbroken when he heard his son say that he was dead, but there was a reason for it. Yes, later in the past, it was just a temporary situation. Please forgive your father. He didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and Long Zhong's words lingered in Lin Rei's ears. At this moment, Lin Rei was annoyed and had the urge to shut them up. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't want to explain whether he was his father or not. He didn't want to know, and he didn't want to know. Since his father didn't exist in the past few decades, he didn't need to appear in the future. All members of the Dark Tribe, listen to my orders. Seal this place. No one is allowed to leave or enter. No one is allowed to enter, no matter who they are. If anyone dares to violate this rule, kill them without mercy. As soon as he said this, the 50 members of the Dark Tribe who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves and kowtowed to Lin Rei. We will obey the Sect Master's orders. In an instant, all the members of the Dark Tribe gathered around the area. Their Mahayana realm spiritual energy was instantly unleashed, and an impenetrable cage appeared. In an instant, the moment the cage appeared, everyone panicked. Some of them even wanted to break out of the cage and leave. Just a small cage. Do you think can trap us? Then you think too highly of yourself. At this moment, An idiot who came out of nowhere rushed into the sky. A dermic artifact appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the energy shield. Umph! How dare you violate the Sect Master's orders? You're courting death. In an instant, a voice resounded abruptly. In the next moment, that challenger died without being able to react at all. Moreover, he didn't even know how he died. At this moment, the shadow of the leader of the Dark Tribe appeared out of thin air. His peak Mahayana realm cultivation instantly crushed down. I said that no one is allowed to leave. This is the first time. If there is a second time, I don't mind killing everyone here. I don't care if he's the patriarch of the 5 major families in Yinjing or the current patriarch. As long as you dare to do this again, I believe you know that I have the ability to do so. At this moment, Lin Rei walked out impatiently and said to everyone present. At the same time, a strong murderous aura was released. Everyone who felt Lin Rei's murderous aura, except for the members of the Dark Tribe, Jinin and Ouyang Jing, spat out a mouthful of blood under Lin Rei's murderous aura. Their faces instantly turned pale, and their auras weakened. All right, I'm done talking. All right, I don't want to say too much. People of the Long clan, tell me why you captured my mother. Also, tell me who did it and who was involved in it. Did my mother get hurt in the Long clan? Did you torture her? Tell me everything. I don't want to use the soul-searching technique, so hurry up and tell me everything. I promise that as long as you hurt my mother and the people who captured her, I will let the rest of the Long clan go. Long Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, had an ugly expression on his face. He was full of helplessness. He muttered in his heart, "Ah, it's finally here. This day has finally come. Sigh. All right, I'll tell you everything. As long as you keep your promise and let those who have nothing to do with it go." Hearing Long Feng's words, Lin Rei agreed without any hesitation. Don't worry. Lin Rei, will definitely do what I promise. Since I said that I will let those who have nothing to do with it go, I will. Don't worry. Okay. After getting Lin Rei's promise, Long Feng told him everything he knew. Immediately, everyone present knew the ins and outs of the matter. However, they didn't see that Lin Rei's expression was getting uglier and uglier. When Long Feng finished, Lin Rei could no longer suppress his anger. Long Shi, Long Batian, and those who hurt my mother, if you don't want your Long family to be destroyed, get out here. His words, which were imbued with spiritual energy, spread out in an instant. Immediately, a terrifying pressure followed his words and suppressed everyone present. At this moment, Long Zhong, who was standing behind Lin Rei, had an ugly expression on his face. Long Shi and Long Batian were his brother and father. According to seniority, they were both Lin Rei's elders. After feeling the murderous aura from his son, Long Zhong quickly stepped forward to stop him. Rei, I beg you, don't kill them. They are your family. I beg you. Yes, Rei. Although they treated me like that before, they're still your father's family. Look, can you? No. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't care whether they were his family or not. Anyone who hurt his mother must be punished. This was Lin Rei's thought at this moment. There's no room for discussion. So what if they're my family? As long as they hurt you, I won't let any of them off. Even if it's this so-called father, a person who didn't bring me up, do you think you have a right to plead for me? Why am I thinking of this all of a sudden? What appeared in his mind was what happened when he returned to the aqua blue star from the alien world to look for his mother. But now what appeared was, ding, the host has triggered an emotional side task. As a filial son, how can you not return to your mother's side on her birthday? The host has 1 year to return to Ouyang Jing's side and report a birthday banquet that will shock the entire holy world. Task reward, 3-9 reincarnation dragon pills. Sect construction, a hidden scriptures pavilion. Ding, if the host fails to complete the task within the time limit, the host should know the consequences. Obliteration, what the? Lin Rei was stunned. After knowing the system for so long, this was the first time he realized that the system could assign such an easy task. However grand, how grand must this be to complete the task? Moreover, at his mother's birthday banquet. That bastard should be there too. Chapter 1428. Long Zhong was the bastard that Lin Ray had mentioned. He was also the father that Lin Ray had refused to acknowledge. Lin Ray had mixed feelings about him. If it weren't for his mother, Long Zhong would have turned into a pile of dirt. What a pity, Ding. Host, please consider carefully. After all, the reward for this mission is very generous. Moreover, if you're unable to complete the mission, the only thing that awaits the host is death. Therefore, the host must be serious. Otherwise, even the system would not be able to help the host. The system spoke. Lin Ray was silent. Indeed, it was useless to think about it. If he couldn't complete the mission, only death awaited him. Even if it was for his own life, even if he didn't want to see anyone, he had to go back. After thinking about it, Lin Ray felt relieved. He stopped thinking about it and calmed his mind. He activated the devouring heaven spell and began to absorb the holy spiritual qi around him to cultivate. Time slowly passed. It was like a white steed flitting by, undetectable by anyone. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ray was awakened from his cultivation. His closed eyes opened instantly and a ray of light burst out. Although he didn't break through his cultivation this time, his foundation was more stable and his combat strength had increased a lot. He looked up and saw Shui Mao standing there. The restrictive spell has been opened? Looking at Shui Mao, Lin Ray could only think of one possibility. After all, he had asked Shui Mao to open the restrictive spell. Now that Shui Mao had appeared, it meant that the restrictive spell had been opened. However, Lin Ray might have thought too much. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Shui Mao's body shook and he smiled bitterly. Young master, you overestimate me. The restrictive spell is far stronger than I can handle. Moreover, this thing came from the primitive age. Unless you're a powerful cultivator, you can't break it. Therefore, looking at Shui Mao, Lin Li's eyes narrowed. A hint of a smile flashed across his face, and then he stood up. Let's go. Since you can't break it, then follow me. Let's see how powerful this barrier is. To be honest, he didn't have much hope of breaking the restrictive spell. After all, his cultivation and knowledge of the array were not enough to break it. Oh, hearing Lin Ray's words, Shui Mao nodded and quickly followed. System, tell me, how do I remove this restriction? That's right. Lin Ray's solution was the system. After all, the system was an omnipotent existence to him. Although this wasn't very good for his future growth, but he had no choice. He couldn't continue wasting time here. After all, the one-year mission had started a while ago. Time waits for no man. If he wanted to get the things inside Penglai, the only way was to ask for help from the system. Hey, you brat. In response to Lin Ray's request for help, the system bitterly smiled and said, "This prohibition is very powerful, so it's not something that can be broken overnight." Then, Lin Ray frowned. He also knew, however, although you can't break it, you can enter from other ways. You don't have to break the restriction. Oh, hearing this, the extinguished flame in Lin Ray's heart was instantly reignited. Sure enough, the system had a way to enter. Okay, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't be so wishy-washy. System, it was already used to Lin Ray's words and didn't care too much. After all, there was an important matter at hand. Brat, although the array in front of you can't be broken, you can enter from the weakest part. There's still a certain chance that you can enter without destroying the array. Of course, more importantly, you have the help of the system. What kind of array can't you enter? Don't you think so? Although he didn't want to admit that the system was so shameless and narcissistic, it seemed to be telling the truth. In order to enter, Lin Ray was ready to risk it all. Yes, the system is the best. After all, the system is the most powerful existence in the entire universe. As soon as he said this, the system became even more arrogant. It almost couldn't tell north from south. Good. Just based on what you said, the system will help you enter. After that, it began to scan the entire Penglai Island. Not long after Lin Ray's journey, he arrived at Penglai Island. Looking at the fairyland-like island in front of him, Lin Ray really wanted to occupy it. Who wouldn't want to have something good? Even Lin Ray, who had the system, was no exception. Time passed little by little. Everyone around him was looking for a way to enter or sitting cross-legged in front of the island, trying to break the array. Lin Ray smiled disdainfully. Thinking about it, even Shui Mu couldn't break the array, let alone this group of ignorant trash. Young master, Shui Mu's voice came from behind. Lin Ray turned around and looked. What's wrong? Young master, it's not a good idea for us to stay here. Why don't this subordinate try again? Even if I can't come, at least I can figure out the principle of something, right? Shui Mu couldn't help it. He didn't expect that after joining Lin Ray, he couldn't even complete his first task. This made his confidence suffer a strong blow. The so-called revolution had not even begun, but he had already ended it. The dissatisfaction and self-esteem in his heart didn't allow him to just watch. Especially when he saw how hard the old man and the others were working. He couldn't sit still. Seeing the look on Shuemo's face, Linley chuckled. Waving his hand, he said, "There's no need for you to be like this. This barrier isn't as simple as you think it is. In addition, I've already found a way to enter." What? Shui Mu was shocked. Yes, indeed. I found a way to enter. So, hurry up and bring in and the others here. When you arrive, we'll prepare to enter Penglai Island and see what's inside. After confirming Lin Ray's words, Shui Mu nodded repeatedly. Young master, don't worry. I'll go now. After that, he turned around and activated his cultivation to the extreme. His figure burst out and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Wow, this little guy's self-esteem is very strong. The system said, yes, this guy's self-esteem is indeed very strong. However, what's more important now is not whether his self-esteem is strong or not, but whether you should show me the way in. The system, in response to Lin Ray's words, the system was very helpless. However, in the end, it still showed Lin Ray the way. Of course, other than Lin Ray, no one else could see it. In front of Linley, a screen appeared. On the screen, a map of Penglai Island appeared. On the map, there was a blue line that twisted and turned in many directions. It was extremely difficult to look at, but it was possible to pass through the barriers surrounding Penglai Island and enter the interior of Penglai Island. Seeing this, Lin Ray smiled. As long as he had this map in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to enter Penglai Island. After obtaining the map, Lin Ray waited. After a while, several streams of light rushed over and finally arrived in front of Lin Ray. Looking at them, Lin Ray smiled. Follow me closely later. Otherwise, no one knows what will happen inside. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded and said carefully. Okay, let's go. With the decision made, there was no need to stay any longer. Just like this, everyone flashed and arrived at the entrance on the map in a short while. Lin Ray and the others were now famous in the entire Penglai Island. Therefore, the moment they moved, they were noticed by the surrounding people and were watched all the way to the entrance. Lin Ray didn't care about the surrounding people's gazes. Anyway, he knew the entrance, but what was the use of knowing the way inside? Ignoring them, he looked in front, made up his mind, and rushed in. Boom! A roar was heard. The array that was originally closed was reactivated at this moment. A wave of pressure from heaven and earth spread out from the array and instantly enveloped everyone. Poof! The pressure was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Some cultivators, because of their low cultivation, vomited 3 liters of blood after feeling the pressure of heaven and earth. Some even died because of it. At this moment, everyone hated Lin Ray to the extreme. They couldn't wait for Lin Ray to die in the array. Bastard, hurry up and die. Bastard, you think you're so great just because you have a strong background? When you come out, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Huh, brother, I've recorded what you said just now with a photo stone. When the senior comes out, I'll show him. I really want to see how you're going to make the flowers red. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they couldn't help but admire the person who used the photo stone. However, the person who spoke just now was dumbfounded. What he said just now was just a casual remark. If he really did what the man said and showed his words to Lin Ray and the others, the final result could be imagined. Brother, no. Sir, just give me the photo stone. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. After saying that, this guy threw caution to the wind for his own life. He took out his storage ring, counted the things inside, and threw it in front of the man for him to choose. Seeing this, everyone's mouth twitched fiercely. Lin Ray naturally didn't know about this scene. Even if he knew, he wouldn't kill the other party. Inside the array, Lin Ray brought Lin Yun and the others. Looking at the gray fog in front of them, they couldn't see anything clearly. For a moment, they frowned. System, what's going on? According to the map given by the system, there should be a path here, not just this fog. Go forward, don't stop. Listen to my voice. Wherever I tell you to go, you have to go. Understand? Okay, got it. With the help of the system, Lin Ray naturally had confidence in his heart. Following the system's instructions, he continued forward. He saw a few figures walking through the fog. It was daunting. Stop, to the left, quick. The system's voice was very urgent, as if something was about to happen. Lin Ray didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, and a spiritual thread formed by holy spiritual chi pulled everyone together. Then, he rushed to the left. Along the way, he didn't slow down at all. In the eyes of others, he didn't know the way, as if he had been here many times. Looking at Lin Ray's back, Xuan Mao was speechless. What is young master doing? He knows the way, but he still wants me to break the array. Damn it, he made me lose face. Father has been here before. Master, this is... Looking at Lin Ray's back, Lin Yun and the others were all puzzled. They didn't know anything about this place. Even if Xuan Mao had a cultivation in array formations, he still couldn't do as he pleased in a restriction of this level. It could even be said that if he didn't smile bitterly, there would only be one end result, death. Turn right within a kilometer ahead. Let the people behind you continue forward. After 10 kilometers, turn left. After that, you will see the intersection inside, but what? Lin Ray asked. When you see the exit, you will encounter a terrifying demonic beast. But that demonic beast is good for Lin Yun. Lin Ray was speechless. Lin Ray was speechless at the system's pauses. I say, can you not say it all at once? Humph, if you hadn't interrupted me, perhaps I would have finished speaking by now. After saying that, Lin Ray shut up. The system didn't argue and continued. The Path Spirit Beast is a demonic beast that can stabilize one's realm and even the foundation of one's Tao. After it was born, it has been growing by consuming heaven and earth treasures. It can be said that the amount of heaven and earth treasures it has eaten alone is much more than you and even the entire Xuanzong sect. As long as you can kill the Path Spirit Beast and let the people behind you eat it, you won't have to worry about your foundation of cultivation in the future, no matter how fast you advance. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray knew that he had to get the Path Spirit Beast. For his son, he would even dare to tremble with Hong Jun. Of course, Hong Jun was only a heavenly sage now. As for the unification stage, it didn't exist. If the 3,000 great Daos weren't complete, his cultivation wouldn't be complete. Decide for yourself. The Path Spirit Beast cultivation is at least in the intermediate heavenly sage realm. So, okay, got it. Ignoring the system, he turned around and said to Xuan Mao, we're almost at the exit. There will be a demonic beast in a while. Xuan Mao, your only task now is to kill it. Demonic beast? Young master, how do you know there will be a demonic beast here? Xuan Mao was puzzled. This is not important. What's important is that I must get the demonic beast, dead or alive. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Sigh, poor little demonic beast. It's your bad luck to be targeted by master. Remember not to appear or provoke my master in your next life. Knowing Lin Ray's determination, Lin Wanyu secretly prayed for the demonic beast in her heart. Yun, your task is to eat the demonic beast. This way, the situation of your foundation of cultivation being unstable will not exist in the future. What? Everyone exclaimed. Everyone looked at Lin Ray in shock. With such an effect, even in the holy world, those peerless experts in the holy world would not hesitate to snatch it. This thing could be said to be a heavenly treasure, and a top-grade one at that. At this moment, Xuan Mao finally understood why Lin Ray wanted him to get it. Chapter 1429. All right, get ready. We'll be there soon. That guy's cultivation is about the same as yours. He's one level lower than you, but don't let your guard down. If he can survive here without being eaten by the flood dragon, he must be quite capable. Yes, young master. Xuan Mao was serious. He knew that anything that could survive here was not a good thing. Just like the flood dragon, how could he not find a way to get his hands on it? Of course, he might be helpless because of the difference in cultivation level, but the Tao Spirit Beast's combat power was monstrous. It was not something he could deal with. Time passed bit by bit. Amidst everyone's nervousness, they soon saw a flickering light in front of them. We're finally here. Looking at the light in the distance, Lin Ray's lips curled into a smile. It was as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Xuan Mao, get ready. We'll be there soon. After saying that, his cultivation level increased again. His speed soared to a new high. He rushed out like a sharp sword and was as fast as lightning. Whoosh! He did not hide his sound. One moment he was 10,000 meters away, and the next moment he appeared in the light. Xuan Mao, do it? Once the light appeared, Lin Ray and the others were stunned, especially Lin Ray, who had asked Xuan Mao to do it. His voice slowed down, and he stared at the Tao Spirit Beast. Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Young master, are you sure he's a Tao Spirit Beast and not a panda? That's right. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lin Ray was not a ferocious beast with fangs and a ferocious face. On the contrary, it was a cute panda that was easy to hurt. The contrast between before and after was simply too great, so great that Lin Li was completely stupefied. This was too damn dramatic. Master, how could you do this to such a cute thing? You're really... Looking at her master, Lin Wanyu wanted to say something, but stopped. She then turned around and walked towards the Tao Spirit Beast. Xiaoyu, be careful. Lin Ray came back to his senses. Looking at Lin Wanyu, who was about to leave, Lin Ray hurried forward and grabbed her. In such a situation, he chose to believe in the system. After all, what he saw was not the truth. Who knew if the Tao Spirit Beast had some super powerful transformation technique? System, why don't you come out and say something? I trust you so much, so why don't you tell me what's going on? Lin Ray roared in his heart as he looked at his little disciple. TSK. First of all, the system is very touched that the host believes in the system. However, you're right. This soul beast is most adept at transformation techniques, and he's also a master of illusions. As for combat prowess, do you think he's weak since he's able to make the scaled dragon and all heaven's dusk not dare to attack him? Lin Ray's expression changed as soon as he heard that. Dusk of all heavens. Moreover, no matter how uncomfortable it is, you should be able to cultivate to the point of being able to speak. But what about you? You didn't say anything from the beginning. Those who didn't know would think that you were the son of Tendo. So, next time, you have to pretend to be more realistic. At the very least, change your appearance. I'll believe you even if you change into a flood dragon. Lin Ray's words brought everyone back to their senses. But if they knew what Lin Ray was really thinking, they wouldn't be like this. Haha, little brat, I didn't expect you to find a flaw in this place. I have to say, you're the first person to see through my transformation technique in so many years. So, I've decided to eat you up. Whoosh! The Tao Soul Beast looked at Lin Ray and licked his lips. Then he took a step back with his left leg and suddenly stomped on the ground. In the next moment, the Tao Soul Beast shot towards Lin Ray like an arrow. It was so fast that Xuan Mao couldn't react in time. However, by the time he reacted, the Tao Soul Beast was already in front of Lin Ray. He raised his hand and slapped towards Lin Ray's chest. It was obvious that the Tao Soul Beast didn't show any mercy. Bastard, Do you think you could defeat me in one move? Looking at the Tao Soul Beast, a smile appeared on his face. Then, with the help of the chaotic dragon spear, his physical body, cultivation method, and holy armor, he wasn't any weaker than an early heaven sage. Although his combat strength wasn't as strong as an intermediate heaven sage, his defense was still very strong. Block it! Seeing that the Tao Soul Beast was about to slap him, he raised the chaotic dragon spear in front of his chest and circulated his cultivation to the maximum. Bastard, stop right there. When Xuan Mao saw this, he felt extremely guilty. He shouted angrily and rushed towards the Tao Soul Beast. However, it was a pity that it was too late. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Under the gaze of Xuan Mao and the crowd, the two of them collided. Whoosh! There was a sound of something breaking through the air. A figure was seen retreating quickly. Needless to say, it was Lin Rei. Young master. Looking at the figure flying backwards, Xuan Mao was furious. How could he tolerate the fact that the Tao Soul Beast attacked him in front of him? He had said that he would protect him, but now, bastard, how dare you? How dare you attack me in front of me? Do you really think that I don't exist? As he spoke, Xuan Mao came to the Tao Soul Beast's side. He slapped the Tao Soul Beast back as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! The Tao Soul Beast was sent flying by Xuan Mao. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sky was dyed red. Lin Rei, who had been sent flying by the Tao Soul Beast, got up from the ground and coughed twice. He was relieved. Luckily, I used all my strength just now. Otherwise, I would have been crippled if not dead. Lin Rei was relieved. He looked at the Tao Soul Beast on the ground and spat out 3 liters of blood. He sneered and said, "Little thing, do you really think that you can defeat me?" Humph! He snorted and ordered Xuan Mao, "Hurry up and end this quickly. Don't attract the dusk of the heavens and the flood dragon. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Xuan Mao didn't have time to think about it. After receiving the order, Xuan Mao rushed forward and attacked the Tao Soul Beast continuously. At that moment, Xuan Mao had transformed into a tireless machine. His speed, his attacks, and his figure. Just wait. It won't be long before I break through to the Heavenly Saint realm, or even the Way integration stage, or even higher. He sighed. In order to end the battle quickly, he jumped into the battle. Although Lin Rei's combat power was not as strong as a middle-stage Heavenly Saint, he was at least a beginner-stage Earth Saint. Hongming's single-breath spear. Watching the two of them fight, Lin Li, who was lying in ambush in the distance, found an opportunity to shoot at the Tao Soul Beast. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Tao Soul Beast's body was blasted away again. However, it was not as easy as before. PFFF. He couldn't stop the blood from flowing out of his mouth. His body weakly tried to crawl up from the ground, but this time his injuries were too severe, especially that functional spear that he didn't think highly of. He thought that his physical body was no longer afraid of those things. But who knew that Lin Li's weapon couldn't be judged based on common sense? Just like that, Lin Li's spear pierced into the Tao Soul Beast's chest. Of course, he didn't pierce any vital parts. But even so, coupled with Xuan Mao's attack, it was impossible for the beast to remember in a short time. During this period of time, the Tao Soul Beast was under the control of the two. As long as the two were willing, the Tao Soul Beast could die at any time. However, things did not go according to one's wishes. In the dark, 2 men looked at the scene and smiled. I didn't expect the Tao Soul Beast, who had always been proud of illusions, to have such a day. Yes. However, I am very curious. Who is this young man? He can subdue a cultivator at the peak of the Heavenly Saint realm and make him obey his orders. He is not simple. The 2 men were none other than the remaining King Jiao dragon and the dusk of all heavens. How is it? Should we go out? He is at the peak of the Heavenly Saint realm. The Jiao dragon said with fear in his eyes. Just the peak of the Heavenly Saint realm was enough to make him suffer. Although he had just advanced to the Heavenly Saint realm, he was still in the early stage. He did not have the strength to fight with someone at the peak of the Heavenly Saint realm. Of course, if the Jiao dragon thought that he had an advantage with his strong physical body, he was very wrong. No matter whether Lin Rei was Lin Rei or Xuan Mao, their physical bodies could not be judged by common sense. Ding! Notice, all heaven's dusk and the Jiao dragon are nearby. Mission activated. Subdue the Jiao dragon and obtain all his treasures and the ruins here. Mission reward: 3 elixir pills and 3 million redemption points. Wow, Lin Rei was excited. He was speechless when he heard that the Jiao dragon was watching from his side. However, when he heard the mission reward, his speechlessness disappeared. Xuan Mao, be vigilant of the surroundings. All heaven's dusk, and the Jiao dragon will watch from his side. Remember, if they do anything strange, stop them. I will seal this old thing first, so that he won't interfere in the battle later. Young master, all heavens. Are you sure it is all heaven's dusk? Isn't this thing extinct? As a remnant of the Eldritch era, he naturally knew what all heaven's dusk was. I will tell you about this later. Let's get down to business first. After saying that, Lin Rei moved to the side of the Tao spirit beast. He raised his hand and imprinted a seal on its body. Suddenly, the saint's spiritual chi that was flowing through its body retreated into the elixir palace the moment the seal was formed. It returned to silence. After doing all this, he kept it in the system. System, help me look after it. If it doesn't listen, just kill it. Without waiting for the system to agree, he looked around and said coldly, I didn't expect the dignified all heaven's dusk to be so sneaky. TSK, TSK, I really feel ashamed for you. Father, you really don't want to come out? Lin Rei was speechless at how careful all heaven's dusk was. Damn it. You're a big boss. Is there a need to be like this? However, just as Lin Rei thought, all heaven's dusk was stunned when he heard Lin Rei say that he was following him. He swore that he didn't know Lin Rei at all. However, Lin Rei seemed to know that he was coming. What should we do? That guy won't attack us, right? The Jiao dragon said thoughtfully. No. All heaven's dusk immediately shook his head. Impossible. This guy can say that I am here. Is even more so for you. Sure enough, just as all heaven's dusk finished speaking, Lin Rei's voice entered their ears. Jiao dragon, you should come out too. Are you tired of hiding in the dark? You are a dignified demon king. How can you not feel embarrassed? The Jiao dragon, now he believed that the two of them had been exposed. Chapter 1430. That's enough. Let's go out and meet them. Let's see how this brat found out about our existence. As they spoke, they moved. In the next moment, they appeared not far away from Lin Rei and the others, creating a distance where they could fight without hindering their retreat. This scene was laughable in the eyes of Linley and the others. Indeed, it was laughable. Linley, who originally had high hopes for these two, saw them being so cautious. To put it bluntly, they were cowards. He now began to consider whether or not he should subdue these two. Fortunately, Dusk and all heavens didn't know what Linley was thinking. Otherwise, they would be so angry that one Buddha would be born and 2 Buddhas would die. Young master, do you want to kill these two? They are both heaven saints. If we don't act now, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to you in the future. Xuan Mao stepped forward and looked at the two of them with vigilance. He had already put them on the list of danger. Either they were killed or they were subdued. These are the only 2 choices. Fang Yinyao and the scholar were stunned by the appearance of the 2 of them. Damn it, they didn't come, but 3 of them came. Moreover, they were all great demons. It was rare to see them in 100 years. Flood Dragon, I'll enjoy being your pet. Looking at the Flood Dragon, Fang Yinyao was envious. The Flood Dragon must be very valuable to be able to cultivate to such a level. Perhaps it had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Most importantly, it was the Flood Dragon's cultivation. If a Flood Dragon at the early Heaven Saint realm was to guard the door of her 1,000-demon sect, how cool would that be? However, as soon as she said that, everyone's eyes focused on her. Not to mention anything else, who hadn't entered the Dao Fruit realm. Well, it seemed that Ouyang Jun hadn't. Everyone heard Feng Yunyao's words very clearly, especially the flood dragon and the scholar. They hated Feng Yunyao so much that they wanted to drink her blood and eat her flesh. They wanted to make her suffer a fate worse than death. Hey, big sister, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I'm still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here. Whether it was the flood dragon, the dusk of all heavens, or even the Tao soul beast that had lost its ability to resist at the very beginning, they were not existences that he could afford to offend. As he spoke, the scholar subconsciously took a step back and distanced himself from Feng Yunyao. He turned his head away as if he didn't know her, causing Feng Yunyao to feel annoyed. Bastard! Scholar, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know that I— She didn't finish her sentence. However, she glared at the scholar coldly, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Everyone was speechless looking at these two clowns. Lin Rei shook his head helplessly and ignored them. He turned to look at the Jiaolong and all heaven's dusk, and said with a smile, I'll give you two choices. 1. Become my subordinates, and I'll spare your lives. 2. Die on the spot with your souls scattered and your Tao vanishing. He went straight to the point. Linley didn't like to beat around the bush. It was too troublesome and useless. The two dragons were speechless. Lin Yun and the others were speechless. As the saying went, one's words would not stop until they were shocked to death. As soon as Lin Rei's words came out, the entire place fell silent. It was too ruthless. An early-stage Earth Saint had actually made early-stage and mid-stage heavenly saints submit to him and even threaten them. Did he really think he was a big shot? Of course, no one would say this out loud. Lin Yun still believed in his father, but the others might not. Bastard! The Jiaolong came back to his senses and cursed at Lin Rei. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to kill him. If the Jiaolong was already like this, then there was no need to mention the all heaven's dusk. As a high-grade demonic beast, he couldn't bear this group of ants speaking so rudely, especially to the weakest human in his eyes. Faint, don't do anything. Leave this ant to me. Today, I'll let him know how irrational it is to offend me. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the all heaven's dusk's reply and shot out. Although he was in the form of a human, it was undeniable that his physical body was very strong. Of course, he was still a little lacking compared to Lin Rei. Looking at the Jiaolong charging towards him, Shuimao took a step forward and was about to attack. However, before he could make a move, a hand stopped him and a voice sounded. Keep an eye on all heaven's dusk. Leave him to me. Since he doesn't want to choose, I'll help him choose. Are you not convinced? Then I'll beat him until he's convinced. He wouldn't spoil the Jiaolong. If he didn't make the Jiaolong obedient now, it would cause trouble for him in the future. He took a step forward and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. Then, with a loud bang, the ground collapsed. He released all of his cultivation as an early-stage Earth Saint. Facing an early-stage Heavenly Saint cultivator, he naturally couldn't be reckless and arrogant. With his Saint-grade equipment on, Lin Rei completely released his physical body. His palm clenched into a fist. Looking at the Jiaolong charging towards him, he raised his fist and punched at the Jiaolong. At this moment, Linley was completely serious. He had completely and utterly decided that he had to crush the flood dragon with thunderous force. The two of them were as fast as light. When they collided, a muffled sound rang in everyone's ears. Then, everyone looked at them anxiously. However, their movements were too big, so the dust within 1,000 meters covered the two of them. This, all heaven's dusk sneered disdainfully. He instantly released his divine sense. When he saw the scene in the dust, he was stunned. His whole body was cold, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His mouth was wide open, and it was very exaggerated. At this moment, everyone was stunned like all heaven's dusk. At this moment, in the dust, Lin Rei and the Jiaolong collided. Their fists collided, but what shocked the Jiaolong was that even though Lin Rei was only an early-stage Earth Saint, the strength he displayed was not weaker than the Jiaolong at all. In fact, Lin Rei even seemed to be slightly stronger than the Jiaolong. How is this possible? How can you be so sure that you can take my fists? After saying that, the Jiaolong roared and attacked Lin Rei again like a madman. Bang! 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 Then, fist shadows appeared in front of Lin Rei. Naturally, Lin Rei couldn't show any weakness. He raised his fist and punched at the Jiaolong. While one hand was fighting the Jiaolong, the other hand took advantage of the fact that the Jiaolong wasn't distracted and instantly shot out the star finger towards the Jiaolong's heart. Feeling the aura of death, the Jiaolong was shocked. He looked at the situation and was about to retreat. However, just as the Jiaolong was about to retreat, he discovered that one of his arms was firmly grabbed by Lin Rei. There was no opportunity for him to retreat at all. Seeing the finger that carried the aura of death rushing towards him, the Jiaolong smiled bitterly in his heart. A single slip might cause everlasting sorrow. Had it been before, the Jiaolong was confident that his body would not be pierced through. However, after witnessing Lin Rei's abnormal attack power, the Jiaolong no longer felt that way. At that moment, the Jiaolong only had one thought in his mind. He had to escape. He had to escape from Lin Rei and the attack that he was about to face. I'm going to faint. See quickly, save me. For the sake of his life, the Jiaolong couldn't care less about his reputation. He opened his mouth and shouted at the all-heavens dusk behind him. The Jiaolong naturally heard the Jiaolong's cry for help. However, just as he was about to move, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Faced with that figure, the Jiaolong had the intention to resist. However, that person's cultivation was simply too powerful. Fuck, I'll risk it all. As brothers and comrade-in-arms, although he knew that the possibility of success was low, the all-heavens dusk still moved. TSK, TSK, I admire your courage. A trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, coldness and killing intent replaced it. He raised his hand and sent out an imprisonment formation. Scram! He raised his hand and a blade ray flashed past. As the blade ray shot out, the imprisonment formation and the blade ray collided with each other. Both of them canceled each other out. Oh, not bad. Xuanmu had never doubted the all-heavens dusk's ability. After all, they were a race that had existed since the ancient era. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing the all-heavens dusk, Xuanmu's interest was piqued. He moved his body, and a bone-chilling sound was emitted from his body. It was as if his bones were breaking. Come, let me give you a good beating. Let me see if your all-heavens dusk clan is as powerful as the legends say. After saying that, Xuanmu raised his hand and sent out a mysterious and powerful curse technique. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red aura slowly emerged from Xuanmu's body. It was cold, corrosive, and bloodthirsty. At that moment, that blood-red aura was terrifying. How could it be the Azura clan? Seeing this scene, All Heaven's Dusk was shocked. The Azura clan existed in his inherited memory. It was the clan of ancestor Mingi from the boundless blood sea. This clan was ruthless, cold-blooded, and murderous. They even inherited the Tao of Azura and the 8-division heavenly dragon. No, impossible. The information in my inherited memory is that the Azura clan has been extinct. But why are you still alive? No, you can't be the Azura clan. Yes, impossible. The inherited memory is correct. There must be a mistake somewhere. At that moment, All Heaven's Dusk was stunned. He was unwilling to believe the truth in front of him. If he believed what was happening, it meant that there was a deviation in his inherited memory. He would not allow his clan to be humiliated. Extinct? What a great extermination! Xuanmu was so angry that he laughed at All Heaven's Dusk's words. Thinking about how a clan that was once so powerful had been exterminated, how sad and pathetic was that? Little guy, do you really think that your inherited memory is correct? Do you really think that there are no unknowns in this era? Do you really think that? I won't kill you today. Xuanmu was furious. He could not tolerate All Heaven's Dusk's words. Not only was he not recognized, but he was also not recognized as clan. Extinct? How could that be? Although the Azura clan had suffered an unprecedented blow during the Desolation era, as long as the Blood Sea did not dry up, the Azura clan would not be extinct. Blood Body Myriad. Shenmue did not waste any more words with all heaven's dusk. He raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out. Then, many figures separated from Shenmue's body. This was the Blood Body Myriad. It was split from the Blood God Sun by the Nether River Patriarch. This movement technique, even in the Desolation era, was a top-notch movement technique. It was even more powerful now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures rushed out. They were so densely packed that they seemed to cover the entire sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Lin Rei and the Flood Dragon, who were fighting in the distance, were stunned by the spiritual chi that was filled with bloodlust. What the F***CK? This brat, why didn't he say that he had such a good thing? He coveted the Blood God's Sun. He did not have it before. Now that he saw it, he naturally wanted to get it. Of course, even if he could not cultivate it, it was still a blessing to have it. Break for me. Lin Rei came back to his senses. Instantly, the star finger rushed into the Flood Dragon's heart. The Flood Dragon, who was stunned, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. He looked down and saw that Lin Rei's finger was already in his heart. Suppress for me. Before the Flood Dragon could react, a sealing array formation appeared. As the saying goes, take the enemy's life when they are weak. Lin Rei did not think of himself as a gentleman. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. When the Flood Dragon reacted, it was already too late. The sealing array formation had been completed and appeared around his body. He could feel that the array formation had taken effect. No, you can't. Break for me. The Flood Dragon fought back like a madman, using all of his strength. But the result was the same. He was suppressed, and his cultivation base was instantly wiped out. All that was left was his decent physical body. But against Linley, he had no confidence at all. It's over. The Flood Dragon seemed to have seen his end. He squatted on the ground dispiritedly and looked at the dusk in the distance. At this moment, he could only silently pray for the dusk, pray that he could escape, or else, with a bang, a silhouette quickly rushed over and finally fell to the side. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere. Cough, cough. A violent cough sounded. Hearing this, the Flood Dragon's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. No way. Please don't. Thinking of this possibility, the Flood Dragon's heart sank. When the dust settled, a figure that the Flood Dragon did not want to see appeared in front of him. F***CK, are you kidding me? That figure was the dusk of the heavens. The dusk of the heavens could not withstand the thousands of Xuan Mao and was suppressed in less than a minute. Brother, we've lost today, but this time I'll endure it. It's the Azura clan. Then he looked at Xuan Mao. Can I ask how the Azura clan survived? He wanted to know the answer, even if he had to die. Looking at the dusk of the heavens, Lin Rei turned to look at Xuan Mao. Then he understood. A smile appeared on his face. He walked to the two of them. Actually, the Azura clan was not destroyed. Even the 36 elders of the Azura clan are still alive. As for Ming, he really didn't know. However, since these small fries of the Shura clan were still alive, then Mingi must have survived as well. As for where he was, he really didn't know, and he didn't want to know. When the time came, he would appear. With the scene, just now, he believed that the following things would go very smoothly. Say it. Die or submit. I'm a very fair person. I won't threaten you. Everything is done willingly. As he spoke, the tip of the spear was pressed against the Flood Dragon's heart. The Flood Dragon, the dusk of the heavens, everyone hee-hee, if it's not a threat. What the hell is this? A hint of love? The Flood Dragon was completely convinced by Lin Rei's actions. There was no way out. Since that was the case, then, submit, I'll submit, okay? Hurry up and take out the thing in my heart. It's so scary. What if your hand trembles and I die? As he spoke, he reached out and carefully moved the Chaos Dragon spear away. He had seen the scene when the dragon's soul rushed out. He was very afraid of the dragon's soul. His original form was a flood dragon. Heavenly saints were restrained by the dragon race. Not to mention, the dragon in Lin Rei's Chaos Dragon Spear was an azure dragon, the ancestor of the dragon race. TSK, TSK. If you had submitted earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Really? As he spoke, he moved the Chaos Dragon Spear to the dusk of the heavens. Just like before, Lin Rei took it for granted. What about you? I submit. I submit. With the flood dragon, the dusk of the heavens was naturally not in a stalemate. After all, the spear was in his heart. One could imagine the consequences if he said the wrong thing. All right, now that the matter is settled, since the two of you have chosen to submit, give me a trace of your soul fire. We will be a family from now on. What? You? That's impossible. The soul fire is related to our lives. What if you kill both of us because you're unhappy? The flood dragon and the flood dragon were very stubborn about the soul fire. The soul fire was the foundation of a person. It was even more important than the soul. If the soul was broken, it could be rebuilt. However, if the soul fire was extinguished, the person would say goodbye to this world forever. Moreover, there would be no chance for reincarnation. He would disappear completely. Hey, you have guts. Lin Rei was not angry at their rebuttal. However, he moved the Chaos Dragon Spear back to their hearts. Since the two of you are so manly, I will also be manly this time. I will give you a quick death. After all, I can't let you down. After saying that, the hand holding the Chaos Dragon Spear tightened slightly. The tip of the spear penetrated the skin of the flood dragon without any hindrance. The flood dragon had a new understanding of Lin Rei's spear. It was impossible for an ordinary weapon to penetrate his body. However, it was different now. If Lin Rei had used this spear in the previous battle, he would have lost his life. The flood dragon shuddered at the thought of this. This was too terrifying. Who exactly raised this monster? Although he was unwilling, who would want his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation to be destroyed in an instant? Here, he raised his hand and pointed at his glabella. A blue flame rushed out and was tossed to Lin Rei. Although it was done casually, one could see from the flood dragon's expression that he was reluctant to part with it. Oh my God, you! The flood dragon's compromise made the dusk of the heavens lose all will to resist. In the end, just like the flood dragon, the soul fire suppressed Lin Rei. At this moment, he had complete control over the two of them. All right, you can get up now. After keeping the soul fire, he waved his hand at the two of them and was about to leave. No, I mean, Master, you should at least give us some medicinal pills or treasures that can help us recover. We are now your people. You can't abandon us. After saying that, a painful expression appeared on their faces. Lin Rei's mouth twitched violently. They don't even know how to play dead. They are too shameless. Whoosh, whoosh. Just when the two of them were rolling on the ground and complaining about the pain, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The flood dragon raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. When he opened his hand again, there were 2 medicinal pills in his hand. Eat them. They are good for your injuries. Chapter 1432. The 2 flood dragons consumed pills and began to recover. During this period of time, Linley had the 2 scholars stand guard over them, while he led Lin Yun and the others to a nearby mountain peak where they waited. It smells so good. At the foot of the mountain, Scholar and the others were drinking the northwest wind, while Linley and the others were slowly roasting the Tao Soul Beast over the fire. Fortunately, Linley often came out, and so he had all the training he needed. He didn't lack anything. If the major figures of the Saints world or the primordial world saw this, they would definitely curse Linley for being a spendthrift. This soul beast was an extremely rare treasure. Now, it was being roasted and eaten by Linley. What a waste! What a waste! What a waste! Master, I'm hungry. Are you done yet? Lin Wen Yu stared at the roasted meat on the table, drooling uncontrollably. She looked at Linley with an expression that said, I'm so hungry. Ha! Ha! Father, I'm hungry too. Lin Yun lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm coming. When Lin Yun and the others asked, a particularly abrupt voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Shui Mao turned into a blood-red light and appeared in front of Lin Rei. He was holding a large cloth bag in his hand. Inside the bag, there was something with holy spiritual qi. Damn, it's Shui Mao. Did you rob the Two's cave? It was obvious that the things Shui Mao brought back were heavenly treasures. They could tell from the holy spiritual qi and the fragrance of the spiritual herbs. No. I saw you roasting meat, so I went out to look for some spiritual herbs. But I have to say, the resources here are really rich. Soon, I saw a million-year-old ginseng king and a lingji mushroom. It's very big. I've never seen such a big Dao in my life. Lin Rei's eyes widened. He stood up and walked to the cloth bag. He stretched out his hand and put the spiritual herbs into his storage ring. After finishing this, Linley returned to his seat as though nothing had happened, and once again began to roast meat. Shui Mao seemed to be used to this scene. He didn't think too much about it. After all, there were many things here. There would be opportunities in the future. He sat down quietly and waited. Soon, the meat was ready. Lin Rei tore off a piece and ate it. As for the rest, they grabbed the Dao spirit beast and tore off a small piece like Lin Rei. The rest were given to Lin Yun and Lin Wanyu. After all, it was prepared for them. After a meal, a day passed. The flood dragon and all heaven's dusk woke up. They looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect that we would end up like this. That's right. A heaven saint cultivator would be an overlord. I didn't expect that he would end up as someone else's subordinate. If this were to spread, he would lose all face. That's right. But as he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He felt the power flowing in his body. The injuries he had suffered had disappeared in a day. Moreover, his cultivation was exhausted. He couldn't believe it. A single pill can actually achieve this much. Perhaps following him might not be a bad thing after all. Looking at all heaven's dusk, the flood dragon clenched his fist and felt the power flowing in his body. He was shocked, but soon calmed down. Maybe. Let's go and find him. The two looked at each other and smiled. They stood up and brought the scholar and the others. Their figures faded and appeared in front of Lin Rei and the others. As heavenly saints, they could instantly sense Linley's presence with their divine senses. You're here. Linley didn't mind their arrival at all. The pills he had given them were the best pills he had at the moment. Not only could they heal their wounds, they could also increase their power. Master, the two bowed. Lin Rei nodded and continued. From today onwards, the two of you are members of the Xuanzong Sect. Of course, if you perform well in the future, I may return your soul fires to you. But you must be loyal to the sect. The two of them were stunned. A touch of excitement flashed across their eyes. Yes, we understand, Master. We will do anything for the sect. But you don't have to call me Master. When there's no one around, call me Young Master or Young Master. When there are people, just call me Sect Leader. Yes, we understand. The two of them nodded. Lin Rei smiled and waved for them to sit down. Tell me, what's in Penglai? At this moment, Lin Rei wanted to ask about the ruins. However, in order to test their loyalty, he had to change the topic. Young Master, Penglai has been preserved since the Untainted Age. The restrictive spells here are very powerful. I don't know who is unworthy, but there are ruins here. How should I put it? It's not really a ruin. To be precise, it's a Taoist field of the Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng? Hearing this, Lin Rei didn't frown. He looked at the scholar. Previously, the scholar said no. Now, the flood dragon couldn't give a different answer. Well, it is indeed the Kuan Peng. However, the Kuan Peng came here in search of treasures of heaven and earth. After digging up the treasures of heaven and earth, he built a Taoist field here. The image of the Kuan Peng and even the inheritance of the Kuan Peng are missing. However, I don't know the specific location. You don't know? Link was confused. I don't know. The flood dragon answered decisively. He continued, I've been here for so many years. I think I know this place very well. However, I haven't found a Kuan Peng Taoist field for a long time. I don't know who it is. Some time ago, this matter was spread out. Now, this place is surrounded by the cultivators outside. I'm afraid it's difficult to get out. The flood dragon was nagging Lin Ray. However, Lin Ray didn't hear any of this. At this moment, he only wanted to know where the Kuan Peng's abnormality was. Looking at Lin Ray's concentrated expression, he quickly waved his hand at the flood dragon, who was still explaining. Okay, you all go and rest. I'll take care of this. Lin Wanyu went forward and began to serve him. The rest of the people gathered together and talked about something. Anyway, there was laughter from time to time. Where is the Kuan Peng Taoist field? In the Untainted Age novels, the Taoist field of the Untainted Age seemed to be in the middle of the ice and fire heavens. But is there really ice and fire heavens here? Looking at the green surroundings, he didn't feel any backlash from the ice and fire heavens. Is there no ice and fire heavens? Or is there no Kuan Peng Taoist field here? These are all people's imaginations. Or is this a conspiracy against the flood dragon and all heaven's dusk? Chapter 1433. All right, let's leave this matter at that. Although Lin Yun didn't know what was going on, the most important thing right now was to gather all the treasures in Penglai. He couldn't stay here for long. By the way, do you know if there's any bloodline grass here? Lin Ray asked. He didn't have much hope for the bloodline grass. Bloodline grass. The flood dragon fell into silence when it heard the words bloodline grass. The alarm clock began to recall, and a smile appeared on its face. I think I've seen it before, but that was a long time ago. I don't know if I can find it now. Oh, Lin Yun didn't have much hope at first, but the hope in his heart was reignited when he heard that. You don't have any other tasks for now. Find a bloodline grass for me. As for the dusk of the heavens, help me gather some aged spiritual herbs. The more, the better. Half a year, we'll leave this place after that. Yes, young master. The two bowed. Go. The two figures faded and disappeared. Lin Ray turned to everyone behind him and said, All right, you guys can move around. There are so many things here that should be good for you. Yin'er, Yur, the two of you are together. Although the two of you have broken through to the Saint Realm, the dangers here are still unknown. You have been cultivating in the sect for a long time. This is not a good thing for you. Treat this as an experience. As he spoke, he took out a white jade pendant and handed it over to Lin Yun. This is a communication jade pendant. If your life is in danger, crush it, and it will be able to sense your location. Got it? Yes, I understand, Father. Got it, Master. The two nodded and took the jade pendant. Then, they rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Yun was still worried about them. Shuamu, go. Keep an eye on them. There's no need to go out as long as your life isn't in danger. Yes, young master. Just like that, everyone left. With a thought, the scarlet tiger came out of his body and landed in front of Lin Ray. Let's go. We should take a look around. I wonder if we can find the Kuan Peng's training ground. Let's hope so. Awoo. All right. The crimson flame tiger didn't waste its breath. It dragged Lin Ray up and then ran towards the distance. Its speed was extremely fast. Even though it was only at the half-saint realm, its speed wasn't inferior to a Dao fruit saint at all. On the other hand, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the scarlet flame tiger's back, had a gloomy expression on his face as if he had a lot on his mind. Logically speaking, system, you said that there are ruins here, but all the signs now indicate that the ruins here might be a lie. Ding. Is the host doubting the accuracy of the system? The system questioned. No, I didn't host. You can rest assured. Since the system said that there are ruins here, it's naturally not just empty words. Just like when it said that there was dusk of all heavens, it won't be fake. However, the most important thing now is to find the ruins. After all, you don't have much time left here. Don't forget about the mission in a year. If you can't complete it, the final result will be unimaginable. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ray's heart trembled. That's right. If I were to be delayed here for a long time, would I still be able to survive? After a long time, Lin Ray nodded. I understand. However, since you should know where the ruins are. Tell me, what is the price? As long as I can find the ruins, the price is not important. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Ray's tone was incomparably firm. All right, since the host has a request, the system will naturally give the host everything he wants. Ding. Detecting the host's request. Opening the instance Kuan Peng Training Grounds. As it spoke, a completed map appeared on the screen. On it, a small red that was moving quickly. Damn, that can't be me, right? Lin Ray asked as he pointed at the small red. That's right, that's the host. This map is the map of the entire Penglai. Everything here is marked on it, including the Kuan Peng Training Grounds. As soon as it spoke, Lin Ray's gaze fell on the map again. Indeed, in front of Lin Ray, a Kuan Peng mark appeared. There were many demonic beasts, spiritual herbs, spiritual stone veins, and all kinds of heavenly treasures around. All of these made Lin Ray's heart burn with excitement. However, the most important thing was still the Kuan Peng Training Grounds. Now, Lin Ray believed that there really was a Kuan Peng Training Grounds here. Moreover, it seemed to be of a very high level. Ding! The host has activated the instance dungeon quest. Past the Kuan Peng Training Grounds. The host is rewarded with 1 level up and 1 black-yellow pill formula. Instance dungeon quest. Hearing this, Lin Ray felt as if he was playing a game. Previously, when he was on Planet Aqua Blue, he had played a bit of it. Now, he felt that the host was treating everything here as a game. Host, don't let your imagination run wild. This is just a quest that appeared according to the host's request. As for whether the host can pass the instance dungeon quest, it depends on you. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. This black-yellow pill is very useful for you. For a small illness like Sieners, it is not worth mentioning in front of the black-yellow pill. Boom! Lin Ray was excited. Wasn't this what he had been waiting for? At this moment, Lin Ray decided in his heart that he had to get this thing, no matter the price. Can I really do it? Lin Ray confirmed. He did not want to lose hope after gaining it. He did not like the feeling of losing. Yes, I'm very sure. The system's products are of high quality. The black-yellow pill produced by the system is much better than the black-yellow pill in the Holy World. So let's go. You only have half a year's time. There is still plenty of time for you to report back to the Sect for the birthday banquet. After saying that, the system disappeared. Lin Ray looked at the map and smiled bitterly. Although he knew that, there were also powerful demonic beasts on the way to the Kuan Peng Training Grounds. Moreover, this was the route given by the system. It should be the easiest and most convenient way, but he saw that there were more than 10 demonic beasts on the route to the Kuan Peng Training Grounds. There was also an introduction of the demonic beast cultivation. None of the demonic beasts were lower than the Heavenly Sage Realm. The best ones were at the peak of the Heavenly Sage Realm. This gave Lin Ray a headache. He had already sent Xuanmu out. Even if he wanted to find him, it would take time. Moreover, the system's mission was naturally for him to complete. Now, there was no other way. He could only go alone. Xiaohu, charge forward. But remember, if I tell you to stop, you must stop. Otherwise, both of our lives will be lost here. Understood. Remember, you must stop. Otherwise, both of us will not be able to return alive. The first demonic beast in front of them was a demonic wolf in the middle Heavenly Sage Realm, Howling Sky Wolf. Chapter 1434. Oh, I know, Brother Lei. What's wrong with you today? Today, the Red Flame Tiger felt that his master was acting strangely. He had never acted like this before. Although he didn't understand, his body was telling the truth. After he finished speaking, he rushed out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he was 10,000 meters away. The cultivation of a half-saint was not to be trifled with. After a few flashes, he covered hundreds of thousands of meters. In response, Lin Ray, who had been staring at the map, saw that his figure was approaching the territory of the Howling Sky Wolf. He was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. All right, stop here. If you go any further, you will be in trouble. Oh, whoa. Although he didn't understand, he still had to obey Lin Lei's orders. His body came to a halt, and his gaze locked in front of him. Indeed, just now, he had sensed a gaze fall upon him. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew that the owner of that gaze was extremely powerful and bloodthirsty. "Young master, what's ahead?" "Howling Skywolf." He looked ahead and spoke. However, Lin Rei was still a little afraid. It was a mid-stage Heaven Sage. Even if he could deal with an early-stage Heaven Sage, he still didn't have much confidence in dealing with a mid-stage Heaven Sage cultivator. Howling Skywolf? The Red Flame Tiger really didn't know about the Howling Skywolf. Not only the Red Flame Tiger, but even Lin Rei was the same. If it wasn't for the system's introduction of the Howling Skywolf, he would probably be in the dark too. He looked down at the Red Flame Tiger and said, "Howling Skywolf, a pack of demonic beasts of the wolf tribe. Its cultivation is at the mid-stage Heaven Sage. Most of its wolves are Earth Sage. The rest are godly emperors with Dao fruits and even lower levels." Hiss! The Red Flame Tiger was shocked. A mid-stage Heaven Sage and an Earth Sage Dao fruit. It might not even be able to survive if it entered, let alone fight. "Young master, shall we take a detour now?" To be honest, the Red Flame Tiger already had the idea of taking a detour. Detour? It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this before, but the system had already given him the route. He didn't want to try other unknown places. There were already so many demonic beasts on the route. He didn't know what the rest of the unknown places would be like. Then, he shook his head and rejected. "No, that's it. As for Howling Firmament Wolf, leave it to me. You hide first. When I'm done, I'll call you." In the next moment, Lin Rei's figure had already appeared not far away. He didn't even look back as he waved at the Scarlet Flame Tiger, and his figure disappeared from the Scarlet Flame Tiger's sight. I knew it. Seeing that Lin Rei was nowhere to be seen, the Crimson Flame Tiger let out a sigh. It then stepped forward and chased after Lin Rei. As the saying goes, one's glory, one's loss, one's loss. This was the price of forming a contract. Clang! As he advanced, the Chaos Dragon Spear appeared in Lin Rei's hand. His equipment emitted a faint glow, and his robes fluttered in the absence of wind. It was as if a celestial demon had descended. It was extremely mysterious. Azure Dragon. Oh, whoa. The 9 dragons roared, and the 9 heavens Azure Dragon rushed out of the primal Chaos Dragon Spear and hovered above Lin Rei. "I'll give you the Earth Sage and demonic beasts below the Earth Sage later. You can deal with them yourselves. As for the Sky Howling Wolf, I'll deal with it. Do you have any problems?" He still believed in the Azure Dragon's strength. "Oh, whoa. No, master." The 9 dragons shook their heads and rushed into the distance. The Azure Dragon appeared in Hongmeng and was the leader of the dragon tribe. Its strength and potential were naturally indescribable. "Ha!" Looking at the departing figure, Lin Rei's lips curled into a smile. He then continued to move forward. However, just as he was about to leave, a figure appeared behind him and looked at him. Lin Rei's heart warmed. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come and wait for me to find you?" He was very worried about the Scarlet Flame Tiger. A half-sage cultivation wouldn't be of any use in this battle. Even if the Scarlet Flame Tiger had the strength of a sage, it wouldn't be able to handle so many wolves. At this time, he had to fight alone. Otherwise, if the Scarlet Flame Tiger was in danger, he would have to be distracted. "Oh, whoa." A roar was heard. "Young master, this is your fault. I am your war pet. I will be very sad if you do this. Moreover, I know what you were thinking. Don't worry, my strength is not a joke. Although my cultivation is low, my combat strength is not weak at all. Also, don't worry, I will take care of myself. When the time comes, I'll be fine even if you kill all of them." As it spoke, it gave Lin Rei a reassuring look. Then it put Lin Rei on its back. Its body burst out and appeared 10,000 meters away in an instant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The powerful howls of the wolves resounded through the sky. Lin Rei naturally heard it. In response, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems that a fierce battle is unavoidable. After saying that, he tightened his grip on the chaotic dragon spear. In an instant, he was ready to fight. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Human, you have crossed the line. All of a sudden, a huge wolf appeared. It was a brown wolf. It stared at Lin Ray and spoke in human language. Cross the line? No, no, no. Lin Ray shook his head and continued. I would like to borrow the path. I wonder if you can inform your Lord Wolf and ask if he agrees? How? Are you sure you want to borrow the path of the Wolf clan? The brown wolf laughed at Lin Ray's words. After being in this world for so many years, this was the first time that it had heard of a human wanting to borrow the path of the Wolf clan. Moreover, it was the Wolf clan, which was at the level of an overlord. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was a human was enough for it to tear him into pieces. If it weren't for the fact that the Lord Wolf had resisted it, it would not have endured until now. Even more, I asked you to inform him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You don't have the temperament of a wolf at all. Shame on you. Lin Ray. At first, Lin Ray wanted to borrow the path of the Wolf clan. However, after hearing what the Flaming Tiger said, he realized that there was no chance at all. Oh, little brat, how dare a low-level beast speak to me in such a tone? I'll kill you. As it spoke, the brown wolf instantly rushed out. Its speed was so fast that Lin Ray did not expect it to. In an instant, it appeared beside the Flaming Tiger. A mouthful of sharp fangs appeared, and it bit at the Flaming Tiger's throat. Low-level beast, since your level is high, let me see how high the cultivation of a high-level beast like you is. The Flaming Tiger, who seemed to have the intention to fight, naturally did not want to be outdone. It wanted to bite and tear at the brown wolf. Oh. The roars of beasts resounded for hundreds of thousands of miles. This scene was really exciting. Lin Ray, who had been sitting on the back of the Flaming Tiger, retreated. However, his eyes were fixed on the battlefield and did not dare to relax for a moment. He was afraid that something would happen to the Flaming Tiger, so he wanted to rush to its rescue the moment something happened to it. Chapter 1435. Aren't you going? Not going? Aren't you afraid that the Scarlet Tiger will be killed by that guy? Don't you know that guy is in the early stage of the Earth Sage realm? The system asked with a hint of worry in its voice. However, Lin Ray was obviously disdainful. So what if he's in the early stage of the Earth Sage realm? Haven't you noticed that little tiger is playing with him? What? Looking over, they saw the Scarlet Flame Tiger circling the brown wolf. However, while it was circling, the Scarlet Flame Tiger would go up and give him a bite. The strength of this bite was enough to make the brown wolf suffer. The originally gorgeous brown wolf no longer looked like it had just arrived. At this moment, its entire body was covered in blood, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it would die at any moment. This? Looking at this scene, the system was clearly stunned. The Scarlet Tiger, who was only in the half-sage realm, had just arrived, and it had already turned an Earth Sage roaring sky wolf into this state. What's going on, little tiger? Looking up at the Scarlet Tiger, a glint flashed across his eyes. He then said, perhaps it's because little tiger's bloodline isn't too high, which is why it has never exhausted its cultivation to this stage. Every step it takes is one step at a time. Its foundation is much stronger and deeper than we thought. At first, I also thought that little tiger would lose. However, after watching for a while, I suddenly realized that it wasn't the case. All of this has already exceeded our expectations. Perhaps you shouldn't have kept it locked up for fear that it would be hurt. While you were unaware, the Scarlet Tiger has already grown to a stage that you can't even imagine. The system was naturally aware of Lin Ray's thoughts. Of course, this was also his own thoughts. In his mind, little tiger was still a low-level demonic beast from the other world. However, after this incident, he would no longer think that way. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Ray couldn't wait any longer and said to the Scarlet Tiger in the distance, stop fooling around. Hurry up and finish this. There's still a lot waiting for me in Macau. Oh, got it, Brother Lay. The Scarlet Tiger nodded. Looking at the brown wolf, it felt that it was about time to play. Then, its gaze suddenly turned cold and it bared its fangs. making the brown wolf felt the aura of death. The brown wolf, who is naturally sensitive to danger, stopped fighting when he saw the scarlet flame tiger in such a state. To him, it was all nonsense. If he lost his life, what was the use of having face? Turning around, in the face of death, the brown wolf's speed exploded. A figure flashed past. His only thought now was to escape from this place and go back to tell his chief. However, unfortunately, just as the brown wolf turned to leave, a figure instantly appeared. The brown wolf felt a pain in his throat, and a sense of powerlessness surged into his heart. At this moment, the scarlet flame tiger was crouching beside the brown wolf. Its fangs had already sunk into the brown wolf's throat. Mouthfuls of blood flowed out of the brown wolf's throat and were swallowed by the little tiger. Seeing the bloodthirsty little tiger, Lin Ray shuddered and quickly shook his head to stop thinking about it. Damn, little tiger's fighting style is simply too cruel. After a few minutes, the last bit of the brown wolf's aura dissipated. A demonic beast in the early stage of the Earth Sage realm was killed by Little Tiger just like that. Although it took a long time, at least Lin Ray saw the little dragon's fighting strength. The difference between this little dragon and the old tiger was too great. Bang! The big brother's long spear collided with the scarlet flame tiger's head. Clang! The long spear seemed to have stabbed in a black iron. It was incomparably hard and couldn't move an inch. How can it be so strong? The big brother didn't believe it, so he shot again, but the result was the same. It was useless. Seeing this scene, the two of them had already given up. They originally thought that they still had the strength to fight, but now it seemed that the two of them could only die. Sigh, little Who, I've let you down. I originally wanted to get more money, so you could buy more tonics for your wife, but I didn't expect to hurt you. Hearing this, little Who was very touched. It's okay, big brother. It's worth dying with you. After saying that, they closed their eyes at the same time and waited for death to come. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't feel any pain. Thus, they opened their eyes and saw a 14 or 15-year-old child in front of them. When they chose to die, Lin Ray had already seen it. Therefore, the moment they closed their eyes, Lin Ray directly rushed over. And then this scene happened. This young master, were you the one who saved us? The big brother asked Lin Ray with a doubtful tone. He really didn't dare to believe that a 14 or 15-year-old child could be so strong. Yes, I saved you because you didn't reveal the ugliest side of humans when you were about to die. However, if you only cared about escaping before you died, and even threw your friends and brothers to the Scarlet Flame Tiger as bait, then I can only watch you die. After saying this, Lin Ray turned his head and looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Little kitty, so impatient that you can't wait to die? Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Lin Ray's blood boiled as if he really enjoyed this kind of situation. Roar! As if it understood Lin Ray's words, the Scarlet Flame Tiger immediately rushed towards Lin Ray. Dong, 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 dong. The sound would only make people tremble, but in Lin Ray's eyes, this was exactly what he wanted. Lin Ray looked at the charging Scarlet Flame Tiger with a smile on his face, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Star finger, Lin Ray shouted as he raised his right hand. His middle finger turned into the color of white jade, and in an instant, he jabbed it towards the Scarlet Flame Tiger's forehead. This action didn't seem like much in his eyes, but in the eyes of Xiao Hu and the other two, it was simply suicidal. The two of them really couldn't understand where this youth's confidence came from. He actually wanted to kill the Scarlet Flame Tiger with a single finger. Was this even possible? Gotcha! Lin Ray's finger instantly pierced into the Scarlet Flame Tiger's head. A white bloody thing flowed out from the hole that Lin Ray made. Roar! A painful roar came from the Scarlet Flame Tiger's mouth. Its pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Ray as if it wanted to eat Lin Ray in an instant. Hee, you're still not convinced? Since it's like this, then die. In the instant that he said this, Lin Ray rushed up. His feet touched the ground as he instantly jumped onto the Scarlet Flame Tiger's back. Then, he forcefully jabbed at the Scarlet Flame Tiger's main artery. Pooh! blood spurted out from the scarlet flame tiger's neck. Looking at its posture, the blood would soon dry up and it would die. Ah, hero benefactor, thank you for saving the two of us. I didn't think that you would have such a high cultivation at such a young age. We really admire you. We still don't know benefactor's name. If possible, we would like to repay benefactor for saving our lives. After seeing the scarlet flame tiger's situation, the two instantly went to Lin Rei's side and knelt on the ground as they sincerely said this. There's no need for that. I only took a fancy to this scarlet flame tiger. I didn't really want to save the two of you, so you don't have to be like this. After saying this, he didn't look at Xiao Hu and the other two. Instead, he directly went to the scarlet flame tiger's side and looked at the dying scarlet flame tiger. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the scarlet flame tiger. Ding! Scarlet flame tiger. Able to grow demonic beast. Innate talent. 5. Recommended to tame the scarlet flame tiger as a spirit beast mount. Moreover, the scarlet flame tiger's body contains a trace of the flame dragon's bloodline. In the future, if it cultivates the 9 transformations golden body technique, it will be able to grow to the point where it will be unimpeded in the immortal world. What's going on? As he spoke, he saw that trace of soul enter his mind. Regarding this, Lin Rei's heart was filled with panic. He was afraid that he would encounter the legendary possession. Immediately, he hurriedly investigated. However, in his dantian, a weak version of the scarlet flame tiger was curled up together. The space that the scarlet flame tiger was currently in seemed to have opened up from his dantian. However, what was going on? The scarlet flame tiger's cultivation was at the 7th level of the body refining stage. What's going on? 7th level of body refinement. That's not right. Didn't you say it was 8th level of body refinement? Why is it 1 level lower now? Seeing this situation, Lin Rei hurriedly asked the system. Because the scarlet flame tiger was killed by you, after you tame it, its cultivation will automatically drop by 1 level. After hearing the system's words, Lin Rei had the urge to pull the system out and beat it up. All right, you're good. Isn't it just a drop of 1 level? What's the big deal? At worst, I'll just use spiritual medicine to make it back up. The corner of Lin Rei's mouth twitched as he spoke. Benefactor, benefactor. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Hu's voice. Thus, Lin Rei walked out from the virtual interface and raised his head to look at him. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Lin Rei was very puzzled. He had already helped them kill the scarlet flame tiger, so why were they still able to leave? Suddenly, Lin Rei saw Xiao Hu's eyes land on the scarlet flame tiger's corpse. Only then did Lin Rei come to his senses. You can take the scarlet flame tiger's corpse. I don't need those things. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiao Hu and Xiao Hu were very surprised. One had to know that demonic beasts like the scarlet flame tiger were very rare, so it was very valuable in the market outside. They didn't expect that this young man would actually give it to them. Benefactor, how can this be? You should know that this scarlet flame tiger is very valuable in the market. You're giving it to us just like that? Hearing the boss's words, Lin Rei didn't say anything else. What was the use of money? The most important thing for him now was to quickly increase his cultivation. Without saying anything else, he directly rushed towards the depths of the forest sky. Sigh so long-winded. On the way, Lin Rei was speechless when he thought of the two people. I forgot to check just now. So I've already reached the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Haha, this is great. It won't be long before I break through to the chi refining stage. Thinking of this, Lin Rei felt a burst of happiness in his heart, and his previous unhappiness was swept away. In the next few days, Lin Rei circled the first floor. In these few days, Lin Rei killed a total of 6 9th level body tempering stage beasts, 18 8th level body tempering stage beasts, and 32 7th level body tempering stage beasts. As for the ones below Lin Rei, he didn't remember because there was no need to. Now that he saw 8th level and 9th level body tempering stage beasts, he didn't need to do anything himself. He directly released the Scarlet Flame Tiger to deal with them. In these few days, the Scarlet Flame Tiger had risen from the 7th level to the 13th level. Now, they could already walk sideways on the first floor of the forest sky. Lin Tian's cultivation had also risen from the 8th level of the body tempering stage to the 14th level. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could directly enter the qi refining stage. On this day, Lin Rei sat on the Scarlet Flame Tiger and wandered around the first floor of the forest sky. But on the way, all the beasts that they encountered felt Lin Tian and the Scarlet Flame Tiger's aura and quickly ran far away, not daring to approach. Suddenly, Lin Rei felt a burst of boredom, so he lowered his head and said to the Scarlet Flame Tiger, "Little Tiger, you said that we have no opponents on the first floor. How about?" Speaking up to this point, the Flaming Tiger unconsciously raised its head and stared at Linley with a fervent look in its eyes. "Haha, I haven't said anything yet, and you already know. That's fine. Then let's go directly to the second floor and see how powerful the beasts on the second floor are. It just so happens that we can also break through." Lin Rei patted the Scarlet Flame Tiger and instantly ran into the depths of the forest sky. Roar! Just as they reached the border of the second floor, they heard a deafening roar. This roar was much more powerful than the one they heard on the first floor. Moreover, from the source of this roar, it was at least at the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. Haha! As expected, the second floor is more challenging. Moreover, the spirit qi on the second floor is much denser than on the first floor. Lin Rei, who had just arrived, immediately felt the difference in the spirit qi on both sides. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Tiger under his but replied in a low voice. Seeing this situation, it was probably provoked. "What's wrong, little tiger? Do you feel uncomfortable because you don't feel as powerful as the source of the roar just now?" Roar! After hearing Lin Rei's words, the Scarlet Flame Tiger didn't deny it and nodded its huge head. Hee, little tiger, don't be unhappy. They only cultivated for a few more days than you. Moreover, you have a trace of the Flame Dragon's bloodline in your body. This is your capital to be strong, and it's not a gap that those demonic beasts can't compare to, so you don't have to be sad. After hearing Lin Rei's words, the Scarlet Flame Tiger immediately raised its head. Its eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if it wanted to rush over and fight. "That's right, let's go. Let's hurry up and not disturb their territory." After saying this, Lin Rei patted the Scarlet Flame Tiger's head and went inside. The scene of him subduing the Scarlet Flame Tiger once appeared in his mind. At that time, he really didn't think too much about it. At that time, he only saw that the two brothers were very sincere and didn't give up on each other because of the danger. Who would have thought that in the end, they would actually subdue the Scarlet Flame Tiger? However, Lin Rei was still quite happy about this. After so many years, if it wasn't for the Scarlet Flame Tiger accompanying him, he really didn't know how he would have survived. "Little tiger, don't worry, I will definitely find the bloodline grass for you. At that time, when you refine Ju's blood essence, it won't be a dream for you to advance to a high or even top demonic beast bloodline." A woo, a heaven-shaking beast roar rushed out from the depths of the forest, and the overwhelming smell of blood came from the sound. Howling Firmament Wolf. Chapter 1436. What do we do now? The Scarlet Flame Tiger knew that it was no match for the aura and pressure coming from the depths of the forest. It was not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of bloodline. This was the bloodline pressure of a high-tier demonic beast against a low-tier demonic beast. The reason why the brown wolf did not have a bloodline pressure was because that kind of bloodline pressure would only appear on a clan leader or a powerful demonic beast that could rebel against its ancestors. Although the brown wolf's cultivation had entered the Earth Saint realm, its bloodline pressure had not entered the state of rebellion. Lin Fan glanced at the Scarlet Flame Tiger and then looked into the depths of the forest. He squinted his eyes and a cold light appeared. He clenched his fist and activated his cultivation. Kill. We've entered someone else's territory and killed his subordinates. Do you think you will let us go, or even let us pass? Of course, the Scarlet Flame Tiger understood that. However, no matter how powerful the other party's cultivation was, it did not think that Lin Ray was a match for him. But enough. Just as it was about to say something, Lin Ray interrupted it and said, "This matter is decided. You will hold back the rest of the demonic beasts. As for the howling sky wolf, leave it to me. I will help you after I'm done. Don't worry. I am a man who wants to stand at the peak of cultivation. How can a place like this trap me?" Lin Fan smiled and disappeared from the Scarlet Flame Tiger's sight. In the depths of the forest, Linley's figure appeared in the air above the forest. His gaze swept across the forest, and he could see a group of howling firmament wolves. However, when Linley saw a young man on the other side of the wolf pack, his killing intent grew even stronger. To be able to survive in such a place and not be attacked by the howling sky wolf, this guy must be the howling sky wolf lord. After guessing the other party's identity, Linley's lips curled up into a cold smile. He walked step by step towards the howling firmament wolf's lord wolf. With each step that Linley took, the surrounding forest seemed to have been sucked dry of all its nutrients. There were even trees that turned into ashes in an instant. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the howling sky wolf lord. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ray with disdain. It was the first time he had seen Lord Wolf's arrogance. However, it was not surprising. After all, Lord Wolf was a heavenly saint. All right, I'll have to train hard next. For my family and myself, I'll have to work even harder. At this time, Lin Ray's desire to reach the peak of cultivation was not only for his family, but also for himself. After this experience, Lin Ray finally understood that only with power could one become truly powerful. Ding dong, congratulations to host for comprehending the Tao heart. In the future, your cultivation will double. Ding dong, there's a gift package. Please check and accept it. That works too? Just as Lin Ray thirsted for power, he accidentally comprehended the Tao heart. Hence, the system randomly gave him a gift pack. Yes, accept it and open it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. 5 antidote pills, 2 healing pills, and the second level of the Primal Chaos Scripture. F***CK, I can even get to the second floor. My luck is simply too good. Just as Lin Ray was rejoicing over his luck, the system instantly poured a bucket of cold water on him and woke him up. Host, don't be happy too early. As your strength is too weak, you can't learn the second level of the Primal Chaos Scripture. When the host's cultivation reaches the corresponding level, the system will remind the host. As soon as the system finished speaking, it disappeared immediately. No matter how Lin Ray called out, there was no reply. Sigh, strength again. It seems that the most important thing now is to increase my cultivation. Just as Lin Ray was thinking about how to increase his strength, he suddenly heard a sound from the bed. Without thinking, Lin Ray knew that Lin Tian had woken up. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you do, just say it. Don't hold it in. Seeing that Lin Tian had woken up, Lin Ray immediately went up and asked with concern. He did not want his first friend in this world to die in front of him. Yes, young master, I feel much better. After saying that, Lin Tian was about to get off the bed. However, before he could do so, Lin Ray stopped him. Little Lin Tian, it seems like even you don't listen to me. Lin Ray quickly put on an unhappy expression and looked at Lin Tian. Oh, no, young master. It's just that this is young master's bed. As a servant, how can I sleep on my master's bed? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Ray was instantly unhappy. What servant or master? When mother was still alive, she wanted to take you in as a foster son. However, she passed away before she could do so. Moreover, I have never seen you as a servant. In my heart, you have always been my younger brother and also my only family. Whoa, young master, your words are enough. Even if I die now, I will be satisfied. What death? We still have a long way to go. On this road, I want you to be the witness of me becoming strong. Moreover, not only me, you have to become strong too. That way, you can always follow me. Seeing that Lin Tian was crying again, Lin Ray quickly comforted him. Yes, I won't cry. I will definitely follow in young master's footsteps and become strong. That way, I can always follow young master. Lin Ray did not know that because of his words, he had created a powerhouse in the future world. Of course, this was a story for another time. Come eat this first. If you don't heal yourself, I'm afraid you'll be finished. After saying so, Lin Ray took out a healing medicinal pill from his inventory and handed it to Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian did not hesitate. He took the medicinal pill and ate it. In a short moment, Lin Tian's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, all of Lin Tian's injuries were healed. At this moment, Lin Tian, who had sensed all of this, was very surprised. He had never seen this kind of medicinal pill before, especially one with such a strong recovery ability. What made Lin Tian even more surprised was that this medicinal pill was actually taken out by his young master. When Lin Ray saw Lin Tian's expression, he couldn't help but tease Lin Tian. Haha, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me? No, young master. I just didn't expect you to have such a miraculous medicinal pill. Moreover, I noticed that after young master woke up, your aura changed completely. If I hadn't been by your side all this time, I wouldn't have dared to recognize you. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Linley was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Little trash, come out. My young master is here. Just as the atmosphere became extremely awkward, a very uncoordinated voice sounded. All right, Linley frowned, then stood up and walked towards the door. It's you again. Just what do you want? When Lin Ray arrived at the door, he immediately saw Lin Ergu, who had just left not long ago. He was accompanied by a group of people, the most conspicuous of which was the young man leading the group. Oh, it's only been a few days since we last met. Cousin, your word to become so unyielding? Moreover, I heard that you threatened my subordinates and said that they would be punished by the clan's rules if they beat you up. Is this real? The youth's face was filled with disdain as he asked Linley. Linji, just what are you trying to do? No matter what, I'm still your clan brother and your elder. What? You came to my place to cause trouble just because I helped you teach a few people a lesson? You want to be my elder? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What ability do you have? What qualifications do you have? You're just a concubine's son, and you don't even have the slightest talent for cultivation. The head of the family has already abandoned you, and you still shamelessly call yourself the second young master. The person who spoke was called Linji, Lin Ray's clan brother. When a young man heard Lin Ray's words, his face instantly turned gloomy. A thick, murderous aura burst forth, as if he had the urge to immediately kill Lin Ray. Haha, Linji, let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about my bloodline. Regardless of whether the clan head recognizes me or not, I'm still his son. Do you think that he would allow his son to be humiliated and bullied by a servant of the clan? Suddenly, Lin Ji's heart was scared, but this was not something he could decide. Kacha. Just when Lin Ji's fist was about to hit Lin Ray, a huge force came from Lin Ray's fist. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking came from Lin Ji's hand. The sound was very horrifying. A roar came out of Lin Ji's mouth. At this moment, everyone standing in Linley's courtyard was stunned. They couldn't believe that the so-called trash Linley had actually broken the bones of Lin Ji, who was at the 7th level of the body refining realm. Just how strong did he have to be able to do this? You, how can you have so much strength? Moreover, you're only at the 4th level of body refinement. How did you do it? How can it be impossible? Moreover, you're nothing in my eyes. You're not even family. As for that so-called patriarch's father, I don't care about him at all. After saying that, Lin Ray walked towards Lin Ji step by step. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. You, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, killing a member of the clan is punishable by the clan rules. You can't do this. Clan rules? Do you think that kind of thing is still useful to the current me? Lin Ray walked towards Lin Ji step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on Lin Ji's heart. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Ray looked at Lin Ji as if he was looking at an idiot. For the current Lin Ray, there was no need for him to stay in the Lin family anymore. He was not afraid of the clan rules that Lin Ji spoke of. You, young Master Lin Ray, I beg you to let me go. I won't dare to do it again in the future. In the past, I was ignorant. Can you just take into account that we are of the same clan and have the same blood flowing in our bodies? Can you just let me go like a fart? Lin Ji suddenly knelt down. His eyes were filled with fear because he was scared. When he heard Lin Ray's words, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw Lin Ray's murderous gaze, Lin Ji was really scared. He was really afraid that Lin Ray would kill him. His mind was in pain. Suddenly, the scene from years ago changed. In the next moment, the real appearance appeared. At this moment, Lin Ray was shocked. You're asking for so much even though you're eating for free? How shameless. After saying that, the system disappeared, and in its place, two gentle white lights appeared in his hands. Damn, Frost Snow Pill. Looking at the two items in his hands, his heart was filled with excitement. This Frost Snow Pill was a very good item for cultivators. Not only could it increase a cultivator's cultivation speed, it could also strengthen a cultivator's physical body. Moreover, it was suitable for a cultivator's level. He had been drooling over this for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough redemption points, he would have bought it long ago. Just as Lin Ray was feeling happy, an angry roar came from afar. The roar was so loud that it shook the clouds. Who are you? How dare you act so powerlessly in my territory? His gaze locked on Lin Ray. Just based on the fact that Lin Ray had ignored him, it was enough to arouse his murderous intent. Originally, he was still feeling happy about the Frost Snow Pill, but after hearing this angry roar, his mood instantly turned sour. He lowered his head and looked at the howling sky wolf below him. The corner of his mouth twitched, showing his disdain. Looks like I'll have to deal with this guy first. After saying that, the two items in his hands disappeared. He then walked down, and with every step he took, his aura doubled. I say, little wolf, as a human. Oh no, as a beast, you shouldn't be so impatient. The state of mind is very important, especially for a beast like you. You need to be calm. Do you think that you're awesome just because you're in the early stage of the Heavenly Saint stage? Idiot, today I'll show you that a cultivator in the early stage of the Heavenly Saint stage is not invincible. So let's start the battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, Linley moved. Like an arrow on a bowstring, he shot out, his body disappearing into the air. What? The moment Lin Ray disappeared, the howling sky wolf was stunned. He had never seen such a situation before. A cultivator in the early stage of the Heavenly Saint stage was able to escape his eyes. Moreover, he was from the Wolf Clan, which was known for their speed. Are you very surprised? What? You? There was a dull thud, and a figure was sent flying. This scene landed in the eyes of the surrounding Wolf Clan members. They were shocked. The person who had been sent flying was none other than the Howling Sky Wolf Clan's clan leader. In their hearts, their clan leader was invincible. He was a godlike existence and was their faith. But now, their faith had been shattered. Bastard brothers, let's attack together and kill him. I don't believe that with so many of us, we're still afraid of him knowing that we're humans. As if the Wolf Clan had reacted, they quickly snapped out of their daze and led the Wolf Clan members to charge towards Lin Ray. Lin Ray did not even bother to look at them. He raised his hand and a shadow of his finger flew out. The shadow of his finger streaked across the sky like shooting stars and landed on the heart of every Wolf Clan member. As long as it was the weakest part of the Wolf Clan, it would be pierced by Lin Ray. Plop plop. As Lin Ray's star finger continued to shoot out, The wolf clan members who were charging towards him were reduced in waves. Lin Ray's eyes were emotionless. Ant-like existences dare to surround and attack me? You're courting death. As his speed increased, the corpses of the wolf clan members formed a wall of corpses. The scene was extremely bloody. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Howling Sky Wolf raised his head and looked at the corpses of his clan members. His eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous aura emerged from his body. "Oh, whoa. Human, since you dare to treat my clan members so cruelly, I'll let you know what it feels like to be tortured and killed." With that, he charged out. The place where he was previously standing had already been destroyed by the force of his charge. It was clear that Howling Sky Wolf was really angry. "Oh, you're angry?" Feeling the murderous aura behind him, Lin Ray turned around and looked at Howling Sky Wolf, whose eyes were bloodshot. His lips curled into a smile. "TSK, since that's the case, come at me." With that, he retracted his star finger and no longer cared about the small fries around him. He focused his attention on Howling Sky Wolf. An early-stage Heavenly Sage was not easy to defeat, especially the Wolf Clan. Although he had said that previously it was only to provoke the other party. Now, he had achieved his goal. But it seemed like he had gone too far. He was going crazy. "Bastard, go to hell." With Howling Sky Wolf's arrival, Lin Ray could not act presumptuously. Outside, a fist appeared where the head was just now. Boom! Hearing the sound of air exploding, Lin Ray's scalp went numb. If he had not dodged in time, it would not have been air that exploded, but his head. This guy is really deep in thought. In the next moment, a fist appeared again. Lin Ray's anger rose as he raised his hand to meet Howling Sky Wolf's fist. Bam! Thump, thump, thump. In the instant that their fists collided, Linley felt a terrifying surge of energy flow into his fist and into his body. In the next moment, his body was pushed back uncontrollably. 100 meters away, Lin Ray stopped and raised his head to look at Howling Sky Wolf in shock. This guy's strength was much stronger than before, and his strength was filled with violence. Lin Ray, be careful. Howling Sky Wolf's beast transformation is not that simple. Beast words. Looking at Howling Sky Wolf, his smile deepened. This time, he could fight to his heart's content. In his eyes, a hint of madness appeared. He raised his hand, and the frost snow pill that the system gave him appeared. Without another word, he swallowed it. "You're crazy." The frost snow pill is not something you can consume at your current level. Don't you know this common sense? Lin Ray's speed was so fast that the system could not stop him in time. Lin Ray swallowed the pill. Boom! A terrifying force spread out from his body. The force was too violent, and it began to flow in his body. Pain. Endless pain emerged from every part of his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Die for me." Howling Sky Wolf's figure appeared again. After what happened just now, Lin Ray naturally would not stupidly fight with him. Looking at the incoming fist, Lin Ray only cared about escaping. Although his strength was not as strong as Howling Sky Wolf, Lin Ray was confident that his speed was not bad. That was the truth. Linley's speed was pushed to the limit, and his figure instantly appeared 100 meters away. However, it was useless. Just as he escaped, the Howling Firmament Wolf's figure appeared again, and a pair of sandbag-sized fists appeared. Linley was miserable. The intense pain in his body made him not want to use the spiritual energy in his body. However, Howling Sky Wolf was not going to let him go. This made him even more irritated. "Damn it, you really think I'm a sick cat?" Lin Ray had thought it through. Blindly hiding was not going to work. The frost snow pill in his body was acting up. His injured arm was slowly recovering. "Come, let's see who can't hold on." This time, Lin Ray did not escape. He raised his hand and attacked Howling Sky Wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of muffled sounds, the sky was filled with fists colliding with each other. This scene shocked the surrounding werewolves. This human is competing with our leader's physical body. Plus, he seems to be completely fine. Exactly. Our leader's physical body was praised by the elders. It seems to be comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the Earth Sage stage. TSK, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that the human's physical body is comparable to our leader's? Hiss! Suddenly, a series of gasps could be heard. Everyone stared at Linley as though they were looking at a monster. However, they cannot be blamed. After all, a human's physical body was comparable to a werewolf's. How could they accept this? Lin Ray and Howling Sky Wolf did not know what the crowd was thinking. At this moment, the two of them were rapidly attacking each other. Although their physical bodies were in great pain, with the help of the frost snow pill, their physiques were becoming stronger. Lin Ray was excited when this feeling appeared. Previously, he had felt that the possibility of a breakthrough in his physical body was very slim. Of course, it was not impossible to increase the strength of his physical body. However, it would require a large amount of treasures. Now that he could use the frost snow pill in battle to increase his strength, he naturally wished for it. With this thought in mind, Lin Ray began to train his physical body. If Howling Sky Wolf knew of this, he would probably vomit blood. Bastard, you human. How can you be so strong? Damn it. Seeing that he could not do anything to his opponent, Howling Sky Wolf was even more furious. This was the first time he felt so weak. Furthermore, he could not do anything to a human cultivator who was much weaker than him, especially when it came to physical strength. He did not have the slightest bit of advantage. This was a huge blow to his self-esteem. Wolf Cub, let your grandpa Lay show you that there is always someone better than you. Your standards are still too low. As he spoke, he channeled the power of the frost snow pill in his body and shot out a star finger. Slash! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. All they saw was Lin Ray's finger piercing through Howling Sky Wolf's palm. You dodged pretty quickly. However, do you think you can still dodge next time? As he spoke, he pulled out his finger from Howling Sky Wolf's palm and shot it towards his heart again. Ding! System quest. Turn around and flee. Quest reward. 1 set of frost snow pill ingredients and 3 million exchange points. Just as Lin Ray thought that he was about to defeat his opponent, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Lin Ray froze on the spot. He was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? Flee? System, are you kidding me? Don't you see the situation clearly? I was about to defeat him. Can't you see? In response to Lin Ray's series of questions, Lin Ray did not choose to reply. Instead, he quickly replied, Host, the Howling Sky Wolf tribe's elders will be here soon. Yes, you could defeat the Howling Sky Wolf tribe's leader. However, what about 10 more of them? Do you think you can defeat them? Or do you think you're very powerful? As he spoke, Lin Ray understood. Indeed, if the Howling Sky Wolf tribe's leader was like this, then the rest of them would arrive. The outcome would be different. As he thought about it, Lin Ray nodded his head and turned around. He gave up on the opportunity to defeat the Howling Sky Wolf tribe's leader. He coldly glanced at him and rushed into the distance. Of course, Lin Ray naturally did not forget his purpose for coming here. At this moment, Lin Ray was escaping in the direction of Kuan Peng Training Hall. CK, what's going on? The Howling Sky Wolf tribe's leader, who originally thought that he was going to lose, was confused when he saw Lin Ray suddenly turn around and leave. If he had such a good opportunity, he would not have shown mercy. He would have even turned around and fled. Big brother, you're the one who defeated me, not the other way around. Why are you running away? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.